Testing audio. Testing. Testing audio. It's 10 minutes, so I don't know. It's our clocks are fast. Okay, you're right. No worries. Testing audio. Testing audio. Testing audio. 1, 2, 3. Testing audio. Testing. 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 Testing audio. Testing. Testing. Testing audio. Testing. 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 Testing audio. Testing. 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 What's your pleasure? Testing. 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 Testing one more time. Okay.
We good? Okay. Good morning. I'm Kajaveyu, owner and auctioneer of Thomaston Place Auction Galleries. Thank you for joining us for our sale today. We are featuring a diverse selection of jewelry from various estates with over 300 lots. I believe there's 380 lots in all. We have a very large array of jewelry items, gold, silver, gemstones, and much more, including some fun group lots. Thank you to our staff and my lovely wife, Callie, for all the work they do to put on these sales. Our auction is being offered today in 4 online platforms. Our own site, Thomaston Live Auctioneers, Invaluable, and BidSquare? No, 3. 3 sites. Thomaston Live, Live Auctioneers, and Invaluable. You will hear me announce the winning bidder is if it's online, and the winning bidder's number when the lot is sold. Our buyer's premium is 25% for all online bids only. If you're in the audience, on the phone, or absentee bid, it's 20%. Invoices will be emailed to the successful bidders by the end of the day on Monday, July 27th. If you bid online, the invoice will be sent to you from the bidding platforms you must pay through their bidding site. Please look for your invoice and check your spam folder if you have not received it. This auction is run by the UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.328 applies to this auction. Our next feature sale is our Summer Grandeur Sale, 3 days, as usual, scheduled for August 28th, 29th, and 30th. Vast collection of art, sculpture, collectibles, furniture, and amazing vehicles. Out of respect for everyone in the auction today, please turn off your cell phones. Without any further ado, let's have some fun and sell some jewelry. The first item is this lovely Victorian gold opal and garnet ring, and what's your pleasure on that? How much? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. There's 200 I have and 2 1/4. Beautiful little ring right there. Opal and garnets from the 19th century, Victorian era. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 200, 2 1/4. All in, all done at 200, 2 1/4. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 200 then. Next, we have a vintage 9-karat gold and amber bracelet. Lovely piece right there. Look at the great figuring in the amber. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 in that vintage amber bracelet. Lovely rectangular tablets. Looks like there might be some insects in some of the amber. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I'm going to sell it. I have only 2 1/2 and 275. You won't find another one like that. Looks like from the 275. It looks like it's probably from the Deco period. I have 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4 was Emily, now 350. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With Emily, right, at 3 1/4. On live auctioneers at 3 1/4. Any more? 3 1/2 with Carol and 375. You won't find another one like it. I have 3 1/2 now, 375. I have 3 1/2 and going to sell with Carol at 350 on her platform at 350 once, 350 twice, and to 375. Any more? Carol, you got it. 350. 350. Next, we have 7 pieces of vintage Toledo ware, gilt silver jewelry. And what's your pleasure on this Toledo ware? May we have what? A nice grouping right there, including that compact. And what's your pleasure on this? May we have $100 and set it in? $100 ware and set it in. No, it's not. Once, twice. 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now, 1/4, 100 now, 1/4. Nice group, no money. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 100 1/4. Down front, live at $100 only. What a buy. You got it. 100 to 102. 02 buys. Next, we have vintage aventurine bead necklace with silver clasps. And what's your pleasure on that? May I have a couple $100 and set it in? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. All in, all done. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Beautiful necklace right there. Aventurine and bead necklace with a silver clasp. I have only 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4. Next, we have a vintage 14-karat gold and amethyst ring. A lovely oval faceted amethyst right there. And what is your pleasure on that lovely ring right there? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 175 I have, and 200. 200, of course, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, more than that just in gold. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the phone with Darren. 250 I have with Emily and 275. I have 250 and 275 in that lovely ring. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 with Emily on the phone, 3 1/4 with Darren on the phone, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the phone with Darren. Live auction is out. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with Darren on the phone and selling. Any more? All in, all done at 3 1/4. Darren phone. 311. 325. Nice ring. Here's another lovely piece. You don't find these very often. This is a silver shell cameo with marcasite marcasite additions. Around the silver has these little marcasite stones, but what's unusual is these rectangular classical scenes in the shell cameo from the 19th century. And what's your pleasure in that? 150 have and 175, and now 200, 200, now 2 1/4, a 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have only 2 1/4 with Carol now and 2 1/2 if you'd like it. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4 with Carol all the way. Anyone else at 250, 225 once, twice. You went for 250. We all doing at 2 1/4? Looks like we are. Carol 250 in time and 275. I have 250 and 275. Come along now. We got a lot of stuff to sell. I have 250 and 275 at 250 once, twice, and for 275. We good? Sold 250. Some beautiful cameo pieces here today. Here we go. A vintage amber bead necklace, and on that right there. What's your pleasure on this one right here? Lovely piece right here. Couple $100 where? 150 have and 75. 175. 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. A beautiful amber necklace at 200, 2 1/4. Looks like it has gold bead spaces by the way. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Lovely necklace. Any more? Reasonable. Sold 200. Next we have, look, if you like opals, this is it. We have vintage 14 karat gold, silver and opal cluster ring. And what's your pleasure on that one? What's your pleasure on that lovely oval cluster ring? Most of these were made in India in the 19th century, late 19th century, early 20th century. And it's in this piece. And it's this piece, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all then. 200 and 2 1/4. Nice buy on that. Any more? Sold 200. And we are now on lot 1009 and another adventurine and bone bead necklace. What's your pleasure on that? That's a nice one right there. A couple hundred wear. 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. The floor is out. It's with Jen. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more than 2 1/4? Lovely necklace right there. 2 1/4. Any more? Sold 2 1/4. Your way. Your way. 225 to 314. Next we have a 10 karat gold, a shell and diamond ring. Interesting ring right there. Has a polished shell with diamonds flanking on either side. What's your pleasure on that one? What's your pleasure on that one right there? May we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. $200 to set it in. Almost forgot my guys that want to bid. All right, now, where are we? Wait, maybe we have $200 and set it in. And it's at 200. It's at 200 on the ring. Notice that piece? Pass it away. Next object. We want to move along. Here we go. Another adventurine bead necklace with silver tone clasp. With lovely, beautiful green colors to this adventurine translucent beads. And what's your pleasure on those? May we have what? A couple $100 and set them in. 100 I have and 100 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4 I have with Jen and 1 1/2 now. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? At only 125. That's a nice strand of beads. Look at the translucent color of that green. Any more? 1 1/4, Jen. Next we have a lovely gold and diamond and seed pearl wishbone stick pin. And what's your pleasure on that lovely little piece right there? And we have what? $100 where I set it in. $50 where I set it in. It's at $50. That nice little stick pin right there. It's at $50. Pass that away. Next object. Next, we have a vintage imitation ivory bead necklace right there. And what is your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. Lovely graduated bead necklace in looks like ivory or ivorine. And what do we have, Emily? 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4 anymore. All in all, then 100, 1 1/4 anymore. It's 100. Next, we have a 14 karat gold and cultured circle brooch right there. The 4.5 to 5 millimeter pearls, beautiful color. What's your pleasure on that one? And we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 wear, $100 wear instead of $100. Pass that away. Next object. We're gonna cruise right through this stuff easily. Vintage agate and malachite bead necklace, and look at that one right there. That's a lovely one right there. Maybe we have $300 to set in. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275, and 300. I have 275 and 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3 anymore. All in all, then 275. It is 275. 314 buys. He's gonna be happy. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold diamond and pearl ring, a lovely one right there. And what is your pleasure with this? It has a 75.75 carat diamond in the center. And what's your pleasure on this? And we have what? $300 to set it in. 300 wear. 300 wear. Any interest in that? 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4. It's flanked by 6 millimeter pearls. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. Wow, what a buy. 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/4, 65. And now a 1017 coming right up. You guys are doing great with the feed. The 17, 14 karat gold nephrite, jade, and euconite bead necklace. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Lovely, lovely piece right there. There we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear instead of 200, 100. And he was 100. Get it going, and instead of 100. Pass away. Next object. Next we have 1018 is a vintage 14 karat gold pearl and diamond ring. A lovely ring right there. And what is your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 is an 8 millimeter central pearl flanked with diamonds on either side. 4.2 pennyweights with gold. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 75. A lovely ring. Cheap, cheap price at 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 with Carol all the way now, and 275 if you'd like it. I have 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, sandwich for 275. Sold 250, Carol. Next we have 3 vintage Chinese necklaces, coral, faux cinnabar, and tiger's eye. What's your pleasure on these? On the 3 bracelets, 3 necklaces rather. Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. $200 wear. Interested in those? Pass those away. Next object. Here we go, 1020, Victorian Royal Blue and Enamel Brooch right there. And that, what's your pleasure on number 10? Whoop. There we go. Yeah, we hadn't done that yet. We're on 1020. 1020 is the next one right here. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore? All in, all done. A 250 in that lovely brooch. Any more? Once, twice, and who has the 250? Emily, 250. That's missing the weight. Next we go, 1021. 1021. You got the phone? What's that? You should have them on the phone way ahead of time. Next we go, 1021, the Baltic Amber and Gold Plated Necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. Any more? All in, all done. At 175 and 200 on the Baltic Amber Necklace. At 175 and 200 I have with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 with Carol all the way at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. At 2 1/4, sold 2 1/4, Carol. Next, we have a sterling silver ring with a .60 carat certified natural purple spinel. That's a hard stone to find. Hey, maybe we have what? $100 wear. 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. 60 I have on the floor, and 70. I have 60 on the floor and 70 now. 60 and 70, 60 and 70. Beautiful little ring. Selling once, selling twice. There's 60 and 70 if you want it. Any more. All in, all done. At only $60. $60, 101. 101 buys. That went to the floor. Next, we have two Bakelite bead necklaces from the 1930s. Look at these. What's your pleasure on the Bakelite necklaces? Boy, we had a surprise last time. They brought 10,000 per strand of red ones. And what's your pleasure on these? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money. 60's on the floor, and 70, of course. I have 60, now 70. But 70, of course, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Two strands. That's $35 a piece. You couldn't buy those in a junk shop for that. 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. I'm going to sell them 90 once, 90 twice. You went for 100, all in, all done. At $90 and going and going and gone. $90. And now we have a Victorian show cameo brooch pendant with coral beads and beautiful white coral beads in a gold setting with seed pearls around that early Victorian cameo. What's your pleasure on that one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. That lovely vintage Victorian item. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have only 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done. At 200, 2 1/4. A beautiful piece of Victorian jewelry right there on a coral necklace. I have 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. It's 200 then. 1025. 1025 is next. And it is a lovely 14-karat gold diamond solitaire ring with a sea captain's wife's bezel setting, is that's what that's called. Has a 1/3 carat diamond and nice color and condition. What's your pleasure in that one? 350 I have, and 375. 350 and 375. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 75. Accompanied by the fitted jewelry presentation box that it came in. I have 350 and 375. Any more on that lovely diamond? At 350 and 375. Gonna go. Any more? Once, twice, and 350 it is. Next we have a Tiffany Company sterling hardware bead bracelet, and on that right there, on the Tiffany Company bracelet, this is the pouch it came in and the box it came in. And what's your pleasure on that? May I have $300, 200 to 200. I have 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 75. 300, no. I have 275 with Carol and 300 on that nice Tiffany bracelet, like brand new, came in the box and the pouch. I don't know if it's ever been used. I have 275 and 3 with Carol at 275. Once, twice, and 300. Carol 275. Now we have a pair of Victorian silver framed cameo earrings, oval cameo portrait earrings. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now, 1/4, 100 now, 1/4 on the lovely pair of cameo earrings from the Victorian era. I have 100 now, 1/4. Any more? All in, all done at only $100. Reasonable prices. Any more? 100 once, twice, in for 1 1/4. It's 100 then. Next we have a pair of 14-karat gold and diamond stud earrings. And on those right there, those are lovely little studs right there. Nice color and condition. And what's your pleasure on these? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 75. 300. 3 1/4. No. I have 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Beautiful pair of studs. No money. Just think what you'd pay in a store. Probably around 900 to 1,000. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Any more? Sold. 300. Next we have a pair of Victorian silver gilt cameo drop earrings. Look at those with full figures. What's your pleasure on these? Lovely pair of cameos. Some beautiful cameo stuff here. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1/4. 100 and 100 1/4. They're striking frames on these. 100 once, twice. Anyone for 1 1/4. No money for these. Anyone for 100 1/4. All in, all done at only $100. $100 gone. Next we have a pair of gold-filled cameo drop earrings. These beautiful pendant earrings right there. May I have a couple $100 and set it in. 250 I have, and 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300 at 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. Any more? Who has the 275? Emily? 275 is with Emily. 300 if you'd like to go advance any more. 275 once, twice, and it's Emily 275. Live auctioneers gets that one. Next, we have a 10-karat golden diamond ring on this 21 diamond mealy's in a row. And on the side of it, it says, I love you in gold, carved into the side of the setting. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have, and 175, 75, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. All in, all done at 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. All in, all 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. That's a lot of ring for no money. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. It's all articulated on the side of it, so when you're wearing it, you can see it says, I love you on both sides. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Great Valentine's Day gift. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter. Next, we have another nice piece right here. Look at this large Victorian carved shell cameo in a gold frame with a classical pose. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 350 I have, and 375. I have 350 and 375 at 350 and 75. At 350 and 75. Any more? At 350 once, twice in for 375. We all in, all done at 350. We are 350. Carol. $10.34 is next. $10.34, we have a 18-karat gold clasp with a white double-strand graduated white coral necklace. Look at the quality of that. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have, what, $300, set it in. 300, 200, 200, and it's to 200. No, it just passed away. Next object. Next, we have another lovely classical scene, with a gold frame, Victorian gold shell cameo. Looks like a woman writing on a tablet. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. Great scene on that. 100, 1 and a quarter. These are nice, early, all hand-carved shell cameos from the Victorian era. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 once, twice in for 1 and a quarter. Nice buy. $100. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter with Carol, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, worth much more. In an antique shop, it would be $375. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? 1 and a quarter. Next, we go to a vintage link necklace with pendant. Next is a vintage link necklace with pendant. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 10 I have, and now 20. I have 10, now 20 I have, and now 30. I have 20, now 30, 20, now 30. A nice designer piece, 30, now 40. I have 30, now 40, 30, now 40. And a nice designer necklace. I have 30, now 40. Any more? 40 I have on the floor, now 50. I have 40, now 50. Any more? All in all, that $40, 50 if you like it. It's almost like a chatelaine on the bottom. I have 40 once, twice. Any more? $40 right here. Number 98. $40, 98. Next, we have a cameo. This is a Victorian 9-karat gold shell cameo. Nice, big, heavy frame on that. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? All in, all done at $100, 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. A lot of gold on that frame. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? All in, all done. 1 and a quarter. It's 1 and a quarter, 65. Next, we have Italian sterling silver gilt rope chain necklace. And what's your pleasure on this? On the silver necklace, the gilt silver necklace. May we have what? How much? 40 I have, and now 50. I have 40 now, 50, 40 now, 50. Quickly, I have 40 once, twice, and $50. 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in, all done. At 50, 60 I have, and now 70. I have 60s on the phone, now 70. I have 60 on the phone, now 70 if you'd like it. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. Any more? All in, all done. $60. Once, twice, and Darren, 60. Next, we have a 2-piece sterling silver and green enamel jewelry suite. Look at this. Has it beautifully enameling on the silver roundels. And what's your pleasure on that? Here we have, what, a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear, $100 wear. $100 wear, that's beautiful enameling on this thing. $100 wear. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter, $100, 100 a quarter. It's sort of a turquoisey blue-green or almost like a moss green on the enamel. I have 100, not 1 1/4 anymore. All in all, then $100 once, twice, anymore. It's $100 then. Next, we have 2 pieces of vintage amber jewelry. And on the amber jewelry, what's your color in this? What's your pleasure in this? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? Instead of $100 and go. And he said $100. Any interest? Once, twice, and pass away. Next object. Next, we have 4 pieces of vintage 900 grade silver filigree jewelry. Probably from it looks like it's probably from the Middle East, possibly. And what's your pleasure in all that nice silver jewelry right there, including a ring with it looks like a turquoise in it. What's your pleasure in that? A couple $100 where? 200 where? 150, 100, 100. Pass away. 100 I have, and 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. Any more? Last call at $100, 100 1/4. Any more? Sold $100. Online bidder. Now we're at 1043. 1043 is a 2 14-karat gold red jasper and Swarovski crystal necklaces with matching earrings. What's your pleasure in that? Maybe we have $100 and set it in, starting things low. $100 where? Finish that once, twice, pass away. Next object. Next we have 4 vintage jade pieces of jewelry, earrings, pendants, bracelet, and necklace. Look at this. Beautiful carving on that one right there. And vintage earrings with gold frames. What's your pleasure in this lot? Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? Set it 200 on the jade jewelry and go. And it's to 200. And it's that that lot at all. No interest, pass that away. Next object. Next we have a 14-karat gold Mabe pearl and onyx ring. The surrounding things around it are all carved onyx in gold. What's your pleasure on that? Nice piece right there. At $300, now 3 1/4. I have 300 down, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 3 and 3 1/4 on the phone, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Kayla on the phone. It's only 3 1/4 and selling. 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2. What a buy. Any more? You got it. 3 1/4. Next we go to a vintage 14-karat gold and moss sit and seed pearl brooch right there. And what is your pleasure on this one? Darren, you got a phone? Yeah. You have what? I had 300 Carol online now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 on the phone with Darren now, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 now, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's on the phone all the way. Gonna sell. 3 1/4 once, twice, going for 350. Phone 3 1/4. Next we have 2 sterling silver and semi-precious stones by Lily Barak. And what's your pleasure on those nice pieces right there? This one's set with amethyst and multicolored stones there. What's your pleasure on that group right there? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. Custom designer jewelry by Lily Barak. Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? 150. No interest? Pass it away. Next object. Next we need sterling silver, opal, and garnet pendant necklace. Lovely piece right there. And all, again, designer handmade piece right there. Beautiful statement piece right there. That's a huge, huge opal in the center. What's your pleasure on that one? Here we have what? $300 and set it in. 300, 200. It's at 200. It's at 200. Nobody wants that? Pass that away. Next object. Here we go. Now we have a pair of 14-karat gold open heart shell motif earrings on those lovely little earrings right there. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have, and 270, 275, and 300, 300, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 on the phone and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the phone and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in, all done. 3 1/4 on the phone. Once, twice, I'm going to sell. Nice buy. Sold. 3 1/4. Next we have a 3-piece spread of Italian sterling silver suite. Look at that lovely sterling silver suite in a curb link. It's a curb link design on the whole suite right there, all matching earrings, bracelet, and necklace. You're ready to go out on the town. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 in that lovely silver necklace, all handmade. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 1/4. Missing the boat on this one. Any more than $200? Any more? Sold 200. And now we're moving on to 1051. Oh, look at this lovely Victorian piece here. 14 karat gold and rock crystal pendant. Rock crystal pendant. A lovely piece right there. And what is your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250, 275, 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 3 and 275, 300 I have and 3 1/4 I have and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/2 and 75. 3 1/2, 3. Look at the workmanship in that with that milligrain beading around the edge. We have 3 1/2 with Carol and 3 1/2 and now 375. At only 350 and 375, we're going to sell it all in, all that beautiful Victorian brooch. It's all handmade. Any more? 350, Carol. Next we have another great piece right here, a Victorian 18 karat gold aquamarine and diamond ring. Aquamarine and diamond ring right here. And a beautiful aquamarine in the center, all handmade. What's your pleasure on this one? 650 I have and now 700. I have 650 and 700 and 750. I have 700 and 750. Exquisite ring. 750, 800. I have 750 and 800, 8 1/2, and well worth it. I have 800 now 8 1/2, 8 1/2 and now 900. I have 850 now 900. All the way with live auction. It was Emily 900 with Emily. Still going with 900 now 950 if you'd like it. I have 900 and 950 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. Spectacular Art Nouveau ring. I have 950 now 1,000. I have 950 once, 950 twice, with Emily all the way at 950, 1,000 if you'd like it. Beautiful Art Nouveau ring with a lovely center stone in aquamarine. Any more? 950, Emily. You win. Next we have a beautiful pair of 14 karat gold and opal inlaid stud earrings. Look at these. And on those in a leaf shape. And what's your pleasure? Can you imagine the workmanship trying to fit those little pieces of opal inside the gold frame? What's your pleasure on those? May we have what? $300 set in, 300 I have, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 75, 500, 500. No, I have 500. Book is out with Carol at 500. 500 now 550. I have 500 now 550. Any more? All in all then, 500, 550. Sold. 500, Carol. Next, we have a neat group of jewelry right here. Kayla, pay attention. Next, we have 4 pieces of Danish silver jewelry. One of them is George Jensen. And I like the cufflinks with the enamel faces, the happy and sad face, the theatrical mask. You've got some flying geese. You got a clip. And the real valuable piece is this piece of George Jensen with the dolphins swimming around. Anyway, what's your pleasure on these? We have what? A couple $100 set in. How much? 150. I have 175 and 200. I 175 and 2. 175 and 2. At 175 and 200. No money. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. This is a fabulous brooch. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. 200 2 1/4. Any more? All in, all done at 200 and 2 1/4. Well, all in, all done at 200 and 2 1/4. Who has the 200? Carol has 200. We're looking for 2 1/4. Any more? All in, all done at 200 2 1/4. 200, Carol. That was a nice group of stuff. Next, we have a 14 karat gold and garnet cluster ring. Look at this. Beautiful vintage handmade, a lot of carat weight with garnets. There's 16 garnets right there in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on that? May we have what? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, need 350. At 350, of course, and 375 and 400. That fabulous ring. At 375 and 400. At 400, I have on the phone now 4 1/4. 4 1/4, of course, and 4 1/2. Be over 1,000 in the store. 4 1/2 on the phone with Darren at 475 and 500 now. Need 500. That great ring. At 475 now 500. At 475 is online and now 500. That fabulous ring. At 500 on the phone with Darren. 550 having 600 now. At 550 and 600. Look at the quality of that ring. I have 550, 600s on the phone and 650. I have 600 and 650. I can't imagine if you could find one how much you'd pay in a store. I have 600 now 650. 600 with Darren on the phone. Once, twice, and for 650. All in all, that's 600. Any more? Sold. 600, Darren. Next, we have a sterling silver and natural opal pendant. And natural opal pendant. Look at the size of that piece of opal right there. A beautiful chunk of Australian opal. What's your pleasure on that one? Maybe a couple $100 instead of in. 200 wear, 100 wear. Instead of $100. Instead of $100. Once, twice, and no 100 instead of $100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 1 and a quarter. I have only $100. No money for that. I have $100 now. That's a huge piece of Australian opal. 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Wouldn't work so hard. It was worth so much more. Look at the color of that thing. 1 and a half and 175. I have 150 now, 175. At only 150 and 175, if you like it, gonna sell it. 150 once, twice, and 175. You won't find a big piece of opal like that anywhere for that price. At 150 anymore? Sold. 150, Carol. Next, we have an interesting bracelet. This is all sterling repoussé from the 19th century, probably Siam, right around the turn of the century. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? I have 100, 100, 100 a quarter. Where? I have 100, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, Carol, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 150, I have 175. I 150 now, 175. At 150 and 75 anymore. Lovely big cuff bracelet and silver and heavy silver. 175 and now 200. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter and selling. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter with Carol and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter now, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half anymore. 2 and a quarter once, twice, anymore. All in, all done. 2 and a quarter, Carol. Next, we have another beautiful cameo right here. Victorian 14 karat gold framed coral brooch pendant. It's a brooch and pendant set with seed pearls on the border of the frame. And on that lovely piece right there, what's your pleasure in this? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and now 2 and a quarter. Beautiful little carved. That's all carved coral. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. A stunning piece of Victorian jewelry. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 only and 275. On that 275 and 300. Look at the quality of that piece. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 I have with Carol all the way in 3 and a quarter. I have only 300 now, 3 and a quarter, and that beautiful cameo brooch pendant. Any more? 3 and a half with Carol, now 370 with you. 300. I have 300 with Carol, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Any more? At only $300. That beautiful brooch right there. Any more? Sold. 300, Carol. We are now on 1059. 1059. Oh, there's a lovely piece right here. This is a 14 karat gold and black opal and diamond pendant right there. And what is your pleasure in that nice piece right there? Can you imagine having that on the neck? What's your pleasure? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 75. 500, 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700. It's with Carol at 650 and 700 if you like it. At 650 now 7. I can't imagine what that'd be in a store. I have 650 now 700 with online at 650 and 700. Any more? All in all that 650 with Carol. Any more? Any more? Carol 650. Next, we have an Italian 14 karat gold Figaro link chain, 5.4 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800. I have 750 now 800. I have 750 now 800. I have now 8.5. I have 800 now 850. I have 800 now 850 now. I have 800 once, twice, and for 850. I have 800 once, twice. Who has the 800? Emily has 800, now 8.5. 800 once, twice, and for 850. Emily 800. Next, we have a beautiful 14 karat gold aquamarine and diamond ring. And look at this puppy right here. Look at this puppy right here. Beautiful diamond mealies all the way around with an emerald cut aquamarine center stone. What's your pleasure on that? 3 and a quarter and 3.5. I have 3 and a quarter and 3.5. That beautiful 3.5 and 375. I can't imagine what that would be in a store. I have 350 now, 375. All these nice estate pieces of jewelry out of safe deposit boxes and stuff we found. 375 and now 400. I heard Emily at 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. This spring will probably be at least 2,000 in the store. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter with Carol and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half at 4 and a half and 475. Stunning center stone. 4 and a half and 475 at only 450 and going to sell it. I have 450 once, 450 twice. Sound asleep out there at 450 and 475. Any more? Carol, 450 then. And next we have Tiffany. Tiffany Company Sterling Silver. Return to Tiffany tag choker form necklace. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 150 I have and 175. 150, 175 and 150, 175 anymore. Return to Tiffany on this choker necklace. Any more? 150 once, twice. Real low for Tiffany. Any more? 175 in time and 200 and 175 and 2. Think about it. At 175 and 2, can you imagine what you'd pay at Tiffany for that? At 175 and 200. 175 once, twice, same for 200. It's 175. Nextly, oh, these are lovely right here. Look at these. A pair of 14 karat gold peridot and diamond earrings. They're stunning peridot, matching color. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 200 I have and two and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a half and 275. I have 275 and 300, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have three and a quarter and 3 and a half. Yes, and 75. 400. No. I have 375 with Carol now. 400. Those are stunning. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. All little tiny diamonds in that oval under the peridot. I have 375 and now 4. Nice buy. Be a lot of money in the store. I have 375 once, twice, 400 I have in 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter. That's only $200 an ear. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. Any more? All in, all done. Great buys here today. Any more? 400 it is. Next we have a 14 karat gold pendant set with 3 colored diamonds. Colored diamonds, and what's your pleasure in this lovely pendant right here is set with, they almost have a pinkish cast to the diamonds. 3 diamonds, and they have a pinkish cast to them. I just want to double check and make sure. Yep. And on that right there, what's your pleasure in that lovely diamond pendant? And we have a couple $100 to set it in, starting things for nothing, and even for 200. Pass away then. Next object. Next we have 4 vintage Siam sterling and the yellows jewelry suite. We have the 2 pairs of earrings, a brooch, and the bracelet. What's your pleasure on all that? Maybe we have what? $100 to set it in. $100 where to set it in. All that Siam jewelry, all polished up and ready to go. 100 I have and 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. 100, 1 and a quarter at only $100. More than that in silver. I have $100, 100 and a quarter. Any more? I'm going to sell it. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. We all in, all done. $100 only. Sold $100. Here we go, a vintage 18 karat gold opal and sapphire ring. A lovely opal and sapphire ring right here, and with a high prong settings. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? May I have what? $300 where? 300 with Carol. I like that. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 75. I 350 with Carol, 375. I 350 now, 375. No money. I 375 is on the phone at 400. I 375 on the phone with Darren and now 4. Sapphire and opals. I 375 and 4. At 375 once, twice, and for 400, we all 400 with Carol, 4 and a quarter now. 4 and a quarter if you'd like it. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarters on the phone with Darren at 4 and a half. Nice buys on jewelry today. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. All in, all done at 4 and a quarter with Darren on the phone. Once, twice, and Darren 4 and a quarter. And now we're up to a lot 1067, 2-piece modernist sterling silver necklace and bracelet. Look at the beautiful quality of the silver of that bracelet necklace. And what's your pleasure in this? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At only 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, that lovely set right there. At 1 and a half is on the floor. I don't blame you. At 1 and a half and now 175. I 150 is on the floor and 175. I 150, 175 and 200. I have only 175 and 2. I have 175 and 2. Look at the quality of that. At 175 and 200. At 175, I'm going to sell it. at 175 once, twice in for 200. Missing the boat. Any more? Sold 175 then. And next we have, oh, look at this one. 1068, 14 karat gold, and synthetic sapphire ladies ring. Beautiful. It's so good that it fooled us. We first cataloged it. We thought it was two matching sapphires. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 150, I have 175. I 150, 175. At 150 only and 175. At only 150, 175. Going to sell it. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? 175. I'll tell you, if you have it on your hand, nobody's ever going to doubt that those are real. 175. And now 200. 200 I have in 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. They fooled me. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, I'm going to sell them at only $200. That beautiful ring. Any more? Carol, 200. Next, we have a vintage 14 karat gold ruby and diamond cluster ring. A lovely little cluster ring right there. What's your pleasure on this one? Then we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? $100 where? 250? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275. 250 with Carol. Now 275 and now 300. I 275 and now 3. I 275 with Carol and 300 I have in 3 1/4. That nice little vintage ring. I 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 with Carol all the way. With Carol at 300 and 3 1/4. Beautiful little ring. Everything's all been cleaned and ready to put on your hand. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with Carol and 3 1/2 with Carol. At 75 now. I 350 and 75. Cute little ring. I 350 once, 350 twice, 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. 400 I have in 4 1/4. 400 now, 4 1/4. Lovely rubies, beautiful matching rubies. I 400 now, 4 1/4. 400 once, 400 twice. In for 4 1/4. All in all, then 400, 4 1/4. Any more? Sold 400. Next, we have a pair of 14 karat gold floral pattern stud earrings with diamond centers. Those are sweet little things. What's your pleasure on those? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Those lovely little floral studs with diamond centers. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 with Carol all the way. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? At 2 1/4 once, twice in for 250. We're all done at 2 1/4. We are, Carol, 2 1/4. Next, we have 4 vintage sterling silver jewelry pieces right there. What's your pleasure on those? Look at that nice link bracelet, 2 rings, and this one has little colored stones in this little delicate bracelet on the side. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and lovely link bracelet. At 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150, 175. Reasonable for that. At 150 and selling. 150 once, twice in for 175. We all in, all done at 150. Who has the 150? Emily, 150. Live auctioneers. And now we have a vintage 18 karat white gold spinel and diamond ring. Has a beautiful blue spinel center and is flanked by diamonds. And what's your pleasure in that lovely little ring right there? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At only 250 and 275 and that lovely little ring right there in 18 karat gold. 18 karat golds with a blue spinel and diamond flanking each side. I have 250 and 275. Any more? 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 then. Live auctioneers getting some great buys today. Next, we have a 14 karat gold box link chain right there. And on that right there, it is 18 and a half inches long. What's your pleasure in that? 350 I have in 375. I have 350 and 375 in that beautiful box link chain. It's 18 and a half inches long. What do we have, Carol? 350 I have in 375. I have 350 and 375. At only 350 and 375 in that nice gold chain. Wow, that's reasonable. 350 once, twice, and for 375. Sold 350, Carol. Next, we have 2 strands of pearl necklaces right there. They are 4.5 to 5 millimeters, graduated pearls. And on those lovely pearls right there, they're 16 inches and 18 inches. And what's your pleasure on those? 150 I have in 175. Beautiful pearls at 150, 175. At 150, 175, at 150 only, 175. Gonna go. No money. 2 strands of pearls. That's $75 a piece. Anyone for 200? 175 rather. You have 150, Carol? 175 and now 200. Think about it. I 175 and now 200. Can you imagine trying to buy a strand of pearls for $100 anywhere? 100 to 200. I have now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. Think about it. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, twice. Gonna sell them anymore. They're 200 then. 2 and a quarter. I heard Emily, and now 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter with Emily and 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter, 2.5 anymore. Last call at 2 and a quarter, 2.5. They're gonna go. They're gone. 2 and a quarter. And here we go. Next we have Edwardian 18 karat gold and old European cut diamond. A lovely ring right there. It's over 1/3 of a carat of central stone. And what's your pleasure in that beautiful period ring right there? 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500. That beautiful little ring. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 5 and 475 and 5. Any more? Selling Carol at only 475 and 500. That beautiful little ring right there in 18 karat gold with a nice center stone. Any more? Once, twice, 475 then. Next we have 2 pairs of sterling silver and blue topaz earrings. Look at these. And blue topaz earrings. What's your pleasure in these? 1 1/4 and 1.5. 2 pairs of those. 1 1/4 and 1.5. 1 1/4, 1.5, and 175. I have 150 now 175 for 2 pairs of these beautiful colored topaz earrings. 1.5 and now 175. The 150 once, twice, and 175. Any more? All in all then at 150. Any more? Sold 150 then. Next we have a 2 Danecraft Art Nouveau sterling silver jewelry bracelets. And what's your pleasure in those? 1 1/4 and 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5, and 1 1/4, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5. Any more? All in all done at 1 1/4, 1.5. 150 I have and 175. I have 150 and 175. A necklace and bracelet. I have 150 now 175. What a buy. At 150 once, twice in for 175. It's on the phone with Kayla, correct? Any more? 150, Kayla. Next we have, here's a great piece of Victorian jewelry right here. That's really like a little sculpture. 14 karat gold. It's 14 karat multicolored gold with silver mounts like they did in their very early jewelry. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 1/4 and 2.5. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5. This is 2.5, 75 and 300. Look at this spectacular piece. 275 now 300. At 275, it's all set with little seed pearls in rose gold. It looks like green gold and yellow gold with sterling silver birds. And what's the next bid? I have 250 now. What do we have, Carol? 275, looking for 300. I have 275, looking for 3. At 275, looking for 300. That beautiful little brooch. Wow, that should be bringing lots more. I'm going to sell it. At 275, now 300. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's 275 to 307. 275. Next we have, look at this cameo here. 14 karat gold shell cameo pendant. Lovely big pendant again with a nice historical scene. You don't see them very often with somebody riding a horse. And on that right there, what's your pleasure in this lovely cameo? How much there? 175 I have and now 200. I have 175 and 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. It's got a heavy gold mount on it. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5 and 2 1/4, 2.5, 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, a beautiful hanging pendant piece at 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have only 300 in selling. I have 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. Any more? Nice buy at 300. Any more? Once, twice, 300. Next we have a Scott K sterling silver link necklace. And what's your sterling silver necklace for this? Beautiful. 150 I have, and no 175 and 2 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, and 275. I 250 now 275. I 250 now 275. At 250 and 275, 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. Look at the detail on this. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. Any more? Selling at 275. Anyone for 300? All in, all done. It's 275. Next, we have a Victorian 14-karat gold and buff-top blue spinel and topaz ring. And what's your pleasure in that lovely ring right there? 4.25 and 4.5. Boy, that's a stunner. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5. It looks like a cashmere sapphire. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5. Any more? All in, all done. At 4.25. Scared them all off, Carol. At 4.25, 4.5. Any more? With Carol at 4.25. Once, twice. Any more? With you, Carol? At 4.25. Any more? Carol, 4.25 then. Next, we have a pair of vintage 14-karat gold rose form stud earrings with an HSB mark, whoever that is. It's Harry S. Burke and Sons, New York City, was the maker of those gold earrings. And what's your pleasure on those? 1.25 and 1.5. And 1.25, 1.5, the lovely little stud earrings made in New York City. And I have 1.25, 1.5. Only 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5 anymore. At 1.25, less than the gold price. I 1.25, 1.5, and 175. I 150 now 175. Way under the 175 and 200. Look at these. I 175 and 200 anymore. All in, all done at 175 and 200. 175 once, twice. Gonna sell them anymore. Sold 175. Next, we have 1083. 1083, here we go. 1083 is a sterling silver necklace with pearls, Shiva eye shells, and Druid's quartz. And what's your pleasure in that? Very unusual piece right there. Probably one of a kind, custom made. Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? And instead of $100, that rare necklace. And for $100, no interest in that piece? Once, twice, and pass away. We want to move on. Got a lot of stuff to sell. Next, we have two-piece sterling silver and wood inlaid necklace and bracelet. Never seen any of this in all the years we've been doing this. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1.25, 1.5. Very unusual. 1.25, 1.5. It's all fitted with hardwood in between those silver links. I 1.25, 1.5. Very unusual. I 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25. Any more? Any more than 1.25? One bit of 1.25, 1.5 if you'd like it. Any more? 1.25. And now we have a cute little charm bracelet right here. Sterling silver and enamel and gemstone bracelet. It's set with amber, amethyst, pink quartz. Looks like a tourmaline. And then it has the little enamel with the cat in the center of it. What's your pleasure in that? 1.25 and 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5. A fun little bracelet. Set with gemstone, 1.5 and 175. I 150, now 175. I love that enamel cat thing in the middle. 1.5, now 175. I 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Truly unique, one of a kind thing. I 1.5, now 175. 175 with Carol and 200. I 175 and going. I 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. We all in, all done. 175. We are 175, Carol. And now we are on 1086 is an Art Deco 14-karat gold diamond bar form brooch. And what's your pleasure in that lovely piece right there? Couple 275 and 300. I 275 and 3. That beautiful little piece, all set with diamonds. I 275 and 3. I 275 and 3. 275 and 3. Any more? All in, all done at 275. People are winning on one bid at 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice. Anyone for 300? Carol 275. They're getting all the good stuff. Here we go. A vintage platinum and diamond ring. Platinum and diamond ring, 4 princess cut diamonds arranged in an invisible setting, forming a square cluster design. And what's your pleasure in that lovely ring right there? May we have what on that diamond ring right there? It looks like one big square diamond, but it's 4 diamonds clustered together. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $200 and set it in, starting low. And even 200, 100 I have, and now quarter, one and a quarter, one half, 75, 200. I won 75 and now two, still for nothing. I won 75 and two, scrap it for that. I won 75 and 200, seriously. I won 75 and now 200 anymore. I would. 200. I wish I was sitting there today. I'd be buying half the sale. I have 200 now, two and a quarter. I have 200 now, two and a quarter, 200, 200 a quarter. What a buy? Once, twice, and for two and a quarter. You got it, 200. 98 buys. 98 buys. Next we go to, oh, look at these. A pair of vintage modernist design pearl earrings right there. And what do you have on those? 150 have and 175 and 200 and two and a quarter, two and a half. Everybody likes these. 275. 300, three and a quarter, three and a half, 75, 400, four and a quarter. No, with Carol at 400 and four and a quarter. At 400 now, four and a quarter. At 400 now, four and a quarter with Carol all the way at 400 and four and a quarter anymore. 400 once, twice, and for four and a quarter with Carol. You're out, you're out, you're out. 400. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold rope twist necklace. These are always made in Italy. It's 24 inches long. And what's your pleasure on this 14 karat gold necklace? Three and a quarter and three and a half. I three and a quarter and three and a half and three and a quarter, three and a half. 4.4 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. I three and a quarter and three and a half. At only three and a quarter, three and a half, I'm going to sell. At three and a quarter, three and a half, and 375. At 350 and 375. It's worth more than that just for the gold. I three and a half, now 375. Never mind the craftsmanship to make it. I three and a half, now 375. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. With Carol at 350 and selling. Once, twice, any more? Carol, 350 then. And next we have 2 strands of carnelian and banded agate necklaces. Look at these. Boy, if you want to make a statement, these will do it. What's your pleasure on these? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 80 on the floor, now 90. 80 now 90 should be everywhere. I have 80 now 90. I'm going to sell them at only $80 for those 2 strands of agate beads and carnelian. How much, Carol? 90 I have. 100 I have on the floor, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, way under the money. I have 100 once, twice, going to sell it. Any more? $100, number 98. And now we are 1091. 1091. You guys doing a great job feeding, by the way. 1091 is next. And, oh, this is a good one. 14 karat gold and jade link bracelet. And what's your pleasure on this one? On that nice 14 karat gold and link and jade link bracelet. These are usually made in the Orient. Beautiful. Celadon jade. Any interest in that? $200 wear. 200 wear, and he said 200, 100, no interest, once, twice, passed away. Next object. Moving on. Next we have a 14 karat gold amethyst and diamond heart ring. The amethyst is shaped like a heart, and it's flanked with amethyst and surrounded by diamonds and a heavy gold setting. What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. This is a spectacular ring. It's heart-shaped amethyst in the center, surrounded by a halo of diamonds in a heart shape, with flanked by sapphires set in the side of the setting. 2.5 and 275. I 250 and 275. Exquisite detail on this. 275 and 300. I 270, 300 and 3 and a quarter. Boy, if you like amethyst and diamonds, this is it. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At only $300 and 3 and a quarter if you like it. Any more? Can't imagine what that would be in the store. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. If you could find one like it. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. It might have been custom made for somebody. 3 and a half, now 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. Still way under the money in my opinion. I 375 and 400. I 375 once, twice, and for 400. Don't lose it. Any more? 375 then. Beautiful ring. Next we have 1093, 3 vintage sterling silver necklaces and a bracelet. And what's your pleasure on that? You sure that bracelet goes with that? No, it doesn't. It's a different lot. It says 3 sterling silver necklaces. It doesn't say a bracelet. I have 1093 is 3 sterling silver necklaces. Let's not get confused here. It says 3 sterling silver necklaces. What's your pleasure on that? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? What? Well, 1.5. And 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175. Any more? Last call. Once, twice, any more? 150 over there. 103. 150, 103. Next we have, here we go. Here's your Italian sterling gas pipe design jewelry, bracelet, and necklace. And what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that? Lovely looking right there. That's a nice necklace. And what's your pleasure on these? They were what, 100? Well, how much? 1 1/4, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5, and 1 1/4, 1.5. 1 1/4, 1.5. Reasonable. Gonna sell it. 1.5, 175. It's gonna be gone. I 150, now 175. I've only 150 and 175. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. 175 and 200. Any more? 175 once, twice, and for $200. Nice buy. Any more? Sold. Carol, 175. There you go. Next we have, oh, this is a good piece right here, too. One of a kind, custom made. I think it might have been made by that jeweler Shaw up in Northeast Harbor, possibly. 14 karat gold multi gemstone is set with topaz, tourmaline, and peridot. And what's your pleasure in those? What's your pleasure in this one? 1 1/4, 1.5. One still, you couldn't buy the gold for that. I 1 1/4, 1.5, of course, and 175. I 150, now 175. The stones are free. I 150, now 175. What a buy. At 150, 175. Any more? It's on the floor at 150, 175. Any more? 175. 200. 200. $25 between you and that piece. I have 175 with Carol now, too. At 175 and 2. Any more? Carol, 175 then. Next we have an Art Deco 10 karat gold and diamond bar form brooch. So the diamonds are all down the entire line of this white gold and yellow gold. White gold front, yellow gold back. And on that right there, with your pleasure. 175 and 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2.5. 2 1/4, Carol, and 2.5 now. I 2 1/4 and 2.5, that beautiful piece right there. I 2 1/4 and 2.5. At 2 1/4, 2.5, 2 1/4 only, and 2.5. At 2 1/4, the nice deco brooches are all aligned with diamonds. At only 2 1/4 and 2.5, selling once, twice, and 2 1/4, Carol. And next we have a gold locket, a 14 karat gold oval locket pendant necklace right there, 18 inches long, and it opens up with a locket in the center. It's shiny on one side. If you don't like the shiny side, it's Florentine finish on the other. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this one? 3.8 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. We have what? No interest? Pass away then. Next item. Here we go. We have a 14 karat gold ring with a pink sapphire and diamond cluster around it, a diamond framework around it. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2.5. And 2.5. I have 2 1/4, 2.5. I have 2 1/4 with you. 2 1/4 with Jen. FC bid at 2 1/4 and 2.5. At 2 1/4 and that 2.5 and 75. 75 and 300. And 300. What a buy. At 275 and now 300. FC bid with Jen and now 300. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. Going once, twice, any more. Sold 275. Jen, your way. 309 buys. They're going to be happy. And now we are on 1099. And this a vintage amber graduated and chip bead necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 having 60 now. Look at the color of that amber on that necklace. I have 50 and 60. Can you imagine taking the time just to string this? I have 50, now 60. At 50, 60 on the floor, now 70. I have 60, now 70, and 60, now 70. No money. I have 60, now 70. Gonna go? 70, now 80. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. $10 between you and that necklace. I have 70, now 80. Any more? At 70 once, twice, and for $80. Sold $70 then. And now lot 1100 is a pair of 14 karat gold and blue zircon stud earrings in 14 karat gold, oval faceted blue zircon. Nice vintage pieces of jewelry right there. What's your pleasure on those? 70 I have, and now 80 now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, of course, and 1.5. 1 1/4, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5. Beautiful little stud earrings at only 1 1/4, 1.5. Selling with Carol at 1 1/4 only, 1.5 if you'd like them. Once, twice, any more. Sold, Carol. 1.25. And next we have 4 sterling silver bangle bracelets and a cuff bracelet right there. So three bangles and 1 cuff bracelet, all in silver, all polished, ready to put on the wrist. What your pleasure knows. May I have a couple $100 and set it in? 275 and 300. I 275 with Carol and 300. At 275 with Carol and all the bracelets at 275 and 3, all polished and ready to put on your arm. Any more? 275, Carol. Hey, look at this silver mounted amber pendant on sterling silver chain. A lovely chunk of amber and set in a sterling silver with a handmade chain. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I have 100 now, 1.25, 100, 1.25. At only $100, 1.25 is on the floor, 1.5, 1.25, and 1.5. 1.25 on the floor with the lady down front. 1.25 once, twice, and for 150. You got it. 1.25, 98. Nice buy. 98. And next we have a 10-karat gold, 2-tone gold and diamond bracelet. Look at this 2-karat diamond bracelet right here. There's all diamonds in between and gold. And what's your pleasure in that lovely diamond tennis bracelet? 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. At 200 and 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5, 2.5 and 275. At 275 and 300. At 275, 300 and 3.25. A diamond tennis bracelet for 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25, 3.5. Beautiful workmanship in this. I 3.25, 3.5 and 370, 370, 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 400, 400 I have and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4.25 and a half now. I have 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25 once, twice, and for 450. All in all then, at 4.25 with Carol, I believe. 4.5 still with Carol, and 475 now. 475 and 500. I have 475 and 475 and 500. We're all in all done at 475 and 500. Any more? Once, twice, and sold. 475. Carol. Next we have a cool necklace right here. Memphis Milano style studio art glass necklace. And on that right there, it's 24 inches long. Look at that great colored glass on that. And what's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, and 175 at Carol, and 200 now. I 175 and now 175 and 2. At 175 and 200 I have, and now 2.25. Great colorful piece. At 200 now, 2.25. 200 and 2.25 anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2.25, we all in all done at $200. Look at that neat glass on that. At 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 if you'd like it. At 2.25, 2.5 is the only one we have like it. 2.5 and 75. I have 250 and 75. At 250 and 275. Any more? 250 once, twice, and 275 you'd like it. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. At 300 I have and 3.25. I have 300 now, 300, 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. At 300, 3.25 anymore. All in all that, 300, 3.25, and 3.5. With Carol all the way at 3.25, 3.5, and 375. I have 350 and 375. 350 once, 350 twice, and 375 anymore. 375 with Carol continued, and now 400 at 375 and now 4. At 375, 400 I have 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 400, 4.25. At 400 once, 400 twice. Any more? Any more? 4.25. Almost sold it. 4.25, 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. 4.5 and 475. I have 4.5, 475. Great colorful necklace. At 4.5 once, twice, and 475. Any more? We all in all then. 450, 475, and 500. Nice round number. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 once, 475, 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550. That's what makes an auction. I have 500 now, 550. 500 once, 500 twice. Any more? 550 with Carol, and now 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 6. Any more? All in all then at 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. On the Memphis Milano Studio Art Glass necklace, I have 600 and 650. 600 once, 600 twice. We all good now. 650, why not? And 700. I have 650 now, 700. We got to move on. 650 once, 650 twice, in for $700. Thank you all. Any more? 700 and time, and 750. I have 700 now, 750. It's with Carol all the way with 2 players. At 700 once, 700 twice, in for 750. Any more? Sold. 700. Here's a lovely ring right here. 14 karat gold tanzanite opal and diamond ring. Look at this beautiful piece right here. Opals down the side, inlaid opals, diamonds flanking the tanzanite in the center. Beautiful original tanzanite right there. Probably at least a 1 carat tanzanite piece. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have, and 275 and 300 and 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 on that beautiful ring at only 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300 and 3 1/4. Wow, that should be bringing much, much more. I can't imagine what that costs in the store. I have 3 1/4, beautiful Australian 3 1/4 Australian opal inlays, 1 carat tanzanite flanked with little diamonds. I have only 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and going to sell it. I have 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 350. Any more? Sold. 3 1/4. Well, getting some great buys out there today. Oh, look at these. A pair of 14 karat gold modernist wire earrings right there. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. At 100 now, 1 1/4 anymore. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Great modernist earrings. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all in. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. We good? 1 1/4, Carol. We're on lot 1107 now. 1107. Hey, Chris. 1107 is 3 Alan Alder sterling silver custom bracelets, bangle bracelets by Alan Alder. What's your pleasure on those? But 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 on those designer bracelets. I 1 1/4. Alan Alder of Los Angeles, 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now, 175. 175 and 200. I went for the 3 of them, not a piece. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 once, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. Alan Alder, the designer from Los Angeles, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and 2 1/2 in time, and 75 now. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. At 275 once, 275 twice, and 300 if you'd like them. That's only $100 a piece. I have 275 once, twice. Any more? 275. Next we have, oh, here's a lovely ring right here. A 14 karat gold amethyst ring has a lovely, large oval amethyst. It's probably around 12 carats, surrounded with a diamond halo. The diamonds are set in white gold, and the band is in yellow gold. And what's your pleasure on that lovely ring right there? 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Is that yes? 375, 400. 375 is for Jen now. At 375 and now 4. And that beautiful amethyst diamond and gold ring at only $375. That's about probably $1,800 to $2,000 in the store. I have 375 and now 400 with Jen at 375. Any more? Nice buy. 375. 375. 312. Next we have another beautiful sterling silver and amber pendant. Look at this one here. It has a snakeskin chain with a filigree mount. Filigree mount. Isn't that a killer piece of amber? And what's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That 1 1/2 is on the phone at 175. At 150 now, 175. Beautiful piece of amber on a great chain. At 150 now, 175. I'm going to sell 150 once, 150 twice. At 175 if you like it. 175 and now 200 and 200 if you like it. No money for this one. At 175, 200. 200 with Darren and 2 1/4. I have 200 with Darren now, 2 1/4. It's on the phone at 200, looking for 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. Sold. 200 Darren. They're having good luck today. Here we go, a vintage 10 karat golden diamond ring, a crossband style ring right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? They have a phone on this also. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 75. 275, a beautiful ring. I have 250 now, 270, a lot of diamonds. 275 and now 300. At 275 and 3. With Darren all the way now at 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice, going for 300. That beautiful diamond ring. Any more? Darren, 275. Next we have two strands of freshwater pearl necklaces with 14-karat gold clasp. And what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have only $100, 100 a quarter. 1 a quarter. These have a bluish cast, and those are pinkish cast. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, and 175. Nice gold clasp on it, 1 and a half, and 175. I 150, now 175. At only 150 and 175. We paid for the clasp, but pearls are free. I 150, now 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more? Sold 150. Next we have an Italian 14-karat gold box link chain. It is 18 inches long, 4.1 pennyweights of gold. What's your pleasure on this? 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I 3 and a half, and 75. At 400. I have 375 now 4. I 375 and 400, 375 and 400. I 375 and 400 on the phone at 4 and a quarter. At 400, 4 and a quarter. That's a scrap price at 400 and 4 and a quarter. At 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half now. I have 4 and a quarter with Carol and 4 and a half. It's online at 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter once, 4 and a quarter twice, and for 450 on that lovely box link chain. Any more than 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. 450 I have with Darren on the phone, and 475. I have 450 and 475. Any more? Once, twice, and sold. 450 Darren. Next we have 1114. Lot 1114 is a 14-karat gold with 5 diamonds. 5 diamonds across the front of it on that vintage ring right there. And what's your pleasure on that lovely little ring right there? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 275. 2 and a half with Carol and 275. Beautiful little 300, 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. And a beautiful diamond ring. I 300, 3 and a quarter. It's a vintage ring. A vintage ring. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Beautifully matching diamonds. 3 and a half and 375. I can't imagine what that would cost new. I 3 and a half now 375 and 400, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter and a half now. 4 and a half and 75 with Emily at 450 and 475. Oh, you have a 450. Carol has 450 and 475 now. At 450 with Carol, 475. At 450 anymore? All 475 and 500, of course, and 500 and 5 and a quarter. I 550 rather. I have 500 now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, 550. You want that beautiful diamond band any more than 500 once, twice, sold 500. Online bidder. Next we have a Turkish braid sterling silver and enamel bracelet. This is a nice vintage piece right here with the enamel work on the front. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I have $100 now, 100 and a quarter, and that lovely woven neck 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter and a half. At 1 and a quarter anymore. 1 and a quarter with Carol all the way now. 150 if you'd like it. 1 and a quarter, 150 I have in 75. It's a nice antique piece. I 150 now 175. I 150 once, 175, and now 200. I 175 and now 2 if you'd like it. I 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2 if you'd like it. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. Look at the craftsmanship in this. All handmade. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, 200 twice. In for 2 and a quarter. All in, all done. 200, Carol. And we are moving on to lot 1116. 1116 is all kinds of great fun jewelry here today. 1116 is a pair of modernist wave form earrings in gold and 14-karat gold. What's your pleasure? 70 I have and now 80. I have 70 now 80. 80 on the floor now 90. I have 80 on the floor now 90. 80 now 90 on those. 90 now 100. I have 90 and 100 on the floor now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor 1 and a quarter if you like them. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 100 and a quarter. Any more? I have $100 only 1 and a quarter if you like them. Any more? $100 101. $100 to 101. Those went to the floor. Next we have 4 Italian sterling silver necklace, bracelet, and stud earrings. And what's your pleasure on those beautiful silver pieces right there? Some great silver today. What's your pleasure on those? May we have what? 100 I have and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. And that whole suite, earrings, and bracelet, and necklace, and sterling silver. Nice vintage silver here today. Any more? All the state pieces of jewelry. Any more than 100? Sold. $100. Carol. All here to be sold. Next we have a vintage Bluebird Platinum and 5 diamond ring right here. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? 250 I have in 275. I have only 250 and 275. That beautiful diamond ring. I have 250 and 275. 275 is on the phone, of course, and 300. 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 300 online now, 3 1/4. No money at 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Kaylin, 350 now. I have 3 1/4 now, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. And only 3 1/2 with Carol, 375. Back to you, Kayla. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 75. No money for that little ring. I 350 and 75. Nice diamond. I 350 once, twice in for 375. All in, all that 350, 75. Carol, you got it again, 350. Next we have a 10 karat gold amethyst and an amethyst tennis bracelet. A lovely tennis bracelet. Look at this here. Beautiful oval faceted amethyst. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. And 70, so I have it all over the place. I heard Carol first, 275 and now 300. And now 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 275 at Carol, 300 if you'd like it. At 275 once, twice in for 300. All in all then at 275 with 300, Carol, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Has 22 oval cut faceted amethyst. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. With Carol, 300 once, twice in for 3 1/4. Sold, Carol, 300. Next we have a 2 matching sterling silver necklaces and bracelet and pearls. Look at these. Look at these. The clasp is spectacular because it's after Cartier. It's a panther head set with CZs and ruby eyes. Exquisite, exquisite set right there. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175 and 200. At 175 and 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have only 200 and 2 1/4. It's after the Cartier. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. It's exquisite. If you have it on, nobody's ever going to doubt it's Cartier. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Beautifully, all handmade. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, whoops, 200 twice in for 2 1/4. I think it's way under the money for that, but it's going to go. At 200 now, 2 1/4. Any more? Sold, 200. Next we have a 14 karat white gold and red garnet pendant. A cushion cut pendant in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this lovely piece right here? 100 I have. And you got a phone? Phone's out. Phone's out. 100 where? Looking for 100 for that? And it's the 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At only 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 125 once, twice, any more than 1 1/4. Oh, you guys need to put it on the center of the thing. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 once, twice, anymore. Carol, 1 1/4. Next we have a 14 karat gold and pink tourmaline and diamond ring. Look at this one. Look at this one here. Beautiful, faceted, rectangular tourmaline with diamonds and a heavy gold setting. What's your pleasure in this one? 275 and 300 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 that beautiful tourmaline ring at only 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, $1,500 in the store. 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. At 350 and 375, are they out on that too? I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 in that beautiful pink tourmaline ring. I 3 1/2 now 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. Boy, that has got the greatest color. I 375 and now 400. At 375, I'm going to sell it. At 375, I hate to, but I'm going to do it. I 375 and now 4. Any more? 375. Next, we have 3 Italian sterling silver chains in various styles and patterns. And what's your pleasure on those? 100 I have and now quarter. I have $100 now, 100 quarter, $100, 100 quarter. All been 100 quarter, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. At 175 and 300 now, 200 rather. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, at 175 and 2. Any more? 175 once, twice, in for 200. Sold. 175, 103, 175 to 103. Went to the floor. 1124 is next. 1124, cruising right along here. 1124, we have 3 enamel sterling silver jewelry by Anderson and Borklund from Sweden. And what's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? Any interest in those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Going to sell them. I have $100 once, twice, in for 1 1/4 for all 4 pieces of jewelry. I think there's 2 brooches and a pair of earrings. I have 100, 1 1/4, once, twice, any more? 1 1/4 on the floor, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, any more? You got them. 1 1/4, 98. 1 1/4 to 98 buys on the floor. Next we have 1126 is 2 Anton Mikkelsen sterling silver and enamel rings. Anton Mikkelsen, a Danish designer. What's your pleasure on the 2 of these? May we have what? $100 and set them in. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100 and 100 1/4 for the pair of those rings. At only $100, 100 1/4 if you 1 1/4, of course, and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 with Carol, 1 1/2. A famous Danish designer. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. We're at 100 1/4, need 150. I have 1 1/4 with Carol, then 150 if you'd like them. At 1 1/4, 150 I have on the phone, now 175. I have 150s on the phone at 175. At 150, 175, those are nice. At 150, 175, any more? Phone, 150, Darren? 310, 150. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold hoop earrings right there. And on the hoop earrings, what's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have $100, now 1 1/4. A nice pair of 14 karat gold vintage hoop earrings at $100, 1 1/4, and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all in. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 75 now. At 150 now, 175. At 150 now, 175 and 75, 175 and 2 with Carol all the way now. 200 I have. That's only $100 per ear. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200 once, 200 twice, 2 1/4 with Carol still, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, and going once, and going twice, and 2 1/2, almost gone. At 2 1/2, and now 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75. Any more? 250 once, twice, and for 275. 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 if you'd like them. At 300 I have, and going, went 3 1/4. I 300 on the hoops. At 300 now, 3 1/4. I 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. Sold. 300 Carol. Oh, these are fun pieces right here. 3 vintage sterling silver and gem set brooches with marcasite. Love the one of the crescent moon with mother of pearl around the crescent moon. What's your pleasure in that nice group right there? 70 I have, and 80 now. I have 70 and 80. Boy, that's a deal. I have 70 now, 80s on the floor. I would too. And now 90. I have 80 now, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. $30 a piece. Can you imagine? I have $90 now, 100. I have $90 now, 100, and 90 now, 100. Going to sell them at only $90 on lovely little brooches. At 90 once, 90 twice, and for $100. Any more? Sold, Carol, 90. Next we have Tiffany style multi-strand sterling silver necklace. And we think this is probably by Paloma Picasso because it has that heart motif on. Is this the right one? This is not the right one. Wrong one. The one we're looking for has the heart motif. Wait, is it? It does. Oh, it is. I'm sorry. So usually when you see this heart motif in the design, it's designed by Paloma Picasso. Anyway, where are we now? What do we got for a bid? Anything? 150 I have, now 175. I have 150 now 175. At 150, 175, and now 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. Is it signed on the heart? I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Anyway, I have 200 with Emily. Carol, 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Any more? All in, all done at 200 and 2 1/4. Any more? Once, twice, and 200. I think it is signed on the heart, by the way. 200 online. Next, we have an Italian yellow gold rope chain necklace on right there, 3.7 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 have and 75 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 and 275 and 3 on that handmade chain at 275 and 3, less than scrap gold. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 375 and 300 anymore. All in all then at 270, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and now 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and now 3 and a quarter. I'm going to go at 300 with Carol once, 300 Carol twice. Nice buy on that. Any more? Carol 300. Next, we have a 14 karat gold diamond bridal set ring. And on that right there, with a little engagement ring and a wedding ring. What's your pleasure on that? In gold. 175 and 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 200, 2 and a quarter. No money for that either. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 200, 2 and a quarter. Hadn't even hit the gold yet. I have 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, twice, one for 2 and a quarter. All 2 and a quarter in time and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Nice little set for 2 and a quarter. I'm going to go at 2 and a quarter once, 2 and a quarter twice, and 2 and a half anymore. 2 and a quarter. Online bidder. Next. Next we go. Oh, two neat sterling silver and agate brooches, modern design brooches. And what's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those lovely pair of brooches right there? One is set with like an agate stone, and I don't know what the other one is. And what's your pleasure on these? Maybe, how much? 70, and I have 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. I have $70 on those two nice brooches at only $70. 80 if you want them. Look at the size of these things. They're all custom designer brooches, set in silver, set in sterling. Very unusual. I'm sure they're one of a kinds with it made around the stone that was found. I have only $70 now, 80 if you'd like them. Any more? $70 it is. $11.33 is next. And on that right there, we have a pair of 14 karat gold Turk's head gold stud earrings. What's your pleasure on those? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now, 80 in those nice Turk's head gold earrings studs. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. I have $70 only. Those are gold, 14 karat gold. I have only $70 now, 80 if you like them. 80, of course, now 90. Should have started at 200. I have 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. Beautiful little pair of stud earrings. I have 80 once, 80 twice. Going to sell them at only $80. Any more? Any more? Sold $80. Next, we have a vintage pearl necklace right here. 6 millimeter pearls, 17 inches long. What's your pleasure on that lovely strand of pearls right there? Couple hundred. How much, Carol? 100. We have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 75. 200. 200. 2 1/4. I have 200, Carol. Now 2 1/4 at only $200. Look at that beautiful graduated strand of pearls with a 14 karat gold clasp at only $200. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. Any more? Sold. 200, Carol. Next, we have a 14 karat gold band with a Greek key motif. With a Greek key motif. 3 pennyweights of 14 karat gold, white gold. What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. All in, all done at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Less than the gold price. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? 2 1/4, 65. Next we have, oh, look at these. 14 karat gold, pearl, turquoise, and garnet drop pendant earrings. Those are lovely. What's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4. Some great estate jewelry here today. 1 1/2 and 175, 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. Lovely pair of drop pendant earrings in a teardrop shaped garnet set with turquoise and pearls and 14 karat. We have 1 1/2 only and 175. You have 200, Carol? 200 with Carol. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. On live auctioneers at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Seems reasonable for those. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At only 2 1/4 with Emily and selling. 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. And for 250, all in all done at 2 1/4 with Emily. Any more? Live auctioneers has it at 2 1/4. And live auctioneers gets it at 2 1/4. Next, we have a 14 karat gold and carved onyx pendant of mother and child. And what's your pleasure in that lovely piece right there in a gold on a 14 karat gold chain? 150 have it now 175 and 200. At 175 and 200. What a great Mother's Day gift. 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have $200 only at 2 1/4 if you like it. Beautiful carving at 200 and 2 1/4. 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. All in, all done at $200. We are $200. Live auctioneers gets that one again. Next we have, oh, look at this bracelet right here. A Kirk & Son sterling silver repoussé cuff bracelet. The workmanship on that is exquisite. All floral and leaf pattern. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. With Carol all the way now at 250 and 275. Any more than 250, 275 and 300. 275 and 300. Look at the workmanship in that bracelet by Kirk & Sons. I have 250 and 275. Sorry, Carol has 275, looking for 300. I have 275, looking for 3. At 275 once, twice in for 300. With Carol all the way at 275. 275, Carol. Next we have a 10 karat gold and colored diamond ring. Look at this piece right here. Darren's got a phone. Yeah. Oh. So this has cognac and white colored diamonds. Cognac and white colored diamonds in that lovely ring right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 have and 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2. That's a stunning ring with cognac colored diamonds. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more? All in, all done. At only 175. I can't believe it. 200. Those are beautiful. 200 I have. Beautiful colored diamonds in this. A lot of them too. Over a carat probably. 200 I have and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4 at only $200. Boy, that's a good one right there. Somebody's sleeping on this one. I have 200 now 2 1/4. You never see those colored diamonds like this at 200 2 1/4. Sold $200. Next we go 4 sterling silver pendants. Look at these. And on the sterling silver pendants, what's your pleasure on these? 70 I have and now 80. I have 70 now 80. This one's set with gold and amethyst colored stones in here. Chalcedony. And I have 70 now 80. I have only 70, 80 and now 90. 80 is on the floor now 90. No money for this at all. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more than $80? 90. This is a designer one right here. It's very good. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. $25 a piece. Can you imagine? I have 100 now quarter. On the floor at $100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 on the floor now 175. I 150. To you, Carol, right? 150. I need 175. Sorry. I 150 now 175. At only 150, 175. I'm going to sell them. At 150 once, twice. What a buy. You got it. 102. 150, 102. And now we are on item 1141, a 14 karat gold and large blue topaz ring. And on that right there, lovely big blue topaz and 14 karat white gold, a nice oval faceted modern design setting. What's your pleasure in that? 150 I have and 175, 75, 200, 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 in that beautiful ring. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 with Carol all the way and 2 1/2. Very unusual custom design. 2 1/2 and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 300 anymore. At 275 and 300. Look at the quality of that stone. At 275 and 300. Great modern design in white gold. At 275 and selling. 275 once, twice, and for 300. Carol, 275 then. Next we have a 3-piece sterling silver jewelry and accessories. Looks like a money clip and a watch fob. This is an interesting piece right here. It's a crystal watch fob for gents ring, a money clip set with gold bars, and a cool gents ring set in white and black onyx and ivory. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have and now 1 1/4. I 100, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This is a vintage watch fob. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It spins around 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And I like this money clip too with the gold bar on it. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Last call, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Gonna go. Sold 1 1/4. And now we have all these sterling silver earrings right here. Almost all of them with 3 sets with turquoise Native American earrings. And what's your pleasure on all the Native American jewelry? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 for all those 4 sets of 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 and 175 anymore. At 150 only and 175 if you like it all. Anymore. With you, Carol, at 175 and now 200. Still a bargain. At 175 and now 2. Look at all those great earrings. At 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in, all that. 175. Carol, 175 then. Next we have a 10-karat gold and diamond station necklace. A lovely little station necklace right there. And it has the it has 5 little diamonds down below. And what's your pleasure on that? 150 and now 170, 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. At only 170, 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and that delicate little gold necklace with diamonds. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. With Carol at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2 and 75 now. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275. I can't imagine what that would be in a store. I have 250 and 275. 75 and 300. I have 275 and now 300 if you'd like it. I have 275 and 300 if you'd like it. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in, all done at 275. Any more? 275, Carol. Next we have 3 sterling silver chains and a bracelet. 2 sterling silver chains and a bracelet. This one happens to have a pendant on it also. And on that nice right there. What's your pleasure on that lot right there? What's your pleasure on that lot? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. Starting things low. Anyone for $100, that whole sterling silver lot. This is all vintage jewelry. Anyone for $100. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass away then. Next object. Moving on. Ariko Ashiyama silver gilt modernist brooch. And what's your pleasure on that? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. At 70 and 80 anymore. All in, all done is $70. That 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90 and a designer brooch. Reiko Ishiyama. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. Sold $80. Who got it? Online bidder, Carol. Next we have a lovely strand of pearls right here. Single strand of pearls. They are 70 match pearls, 14 karat gold class, 6 millimeter. 6 millimeter. May we have a couple $100 and set it in. 150 I have, and 175, and 200. At 175, 200 I have with Carol, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. That beautiful strand of pearls. I have 200 only, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, beautifully matched. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done at 250 with Carol and 275. Any more? Carol, you win 250. Next we have an Edwardian 18 karat gold and diamond engraved band. Lovely little band set with diamonds. Had a little row of diamonds across. And what's the pleasure in that? 300 I have, and now I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, and 4, and 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Jen and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. That lovely little band right there. I have 4 1/4 absy bid at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice, went for 4 1/2. Jen, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 to 11. Next we have a pair of gold stud of 14 karat gold mounted pearl stud earrings right there, and they are 6.11 millimeters match pair. What's your pleasure on those? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now 80. They'd go great with that last necklace, that last pearl necklace. I think they came from the same family. I have 70 now 80, now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 once, 90 anymore. At $80, $40 per earring, no money. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, twice, and 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Couldn't buy them in a store for anywhere near that. I have 90 now, 100, and 90 once. Gonna sell them. 90 twice, and for 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, and 1 a half. At 1 a quarter, 150 with that beautiful pair of pearl studs. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half with Carol at 1 a quarter and selling. 1 a quarter once, twice, and for 150 with Carol all the way. Carol 1 a quarter. And now we have this lovely 14 karat gold spinel and diamond heart-shaped pendant on a nice gold chain. And what's your pleasure on this lovely little piece? We have what, $100 to set it in. $100 wear. Beautiful little heart-shaped piece. Another great Valentine's Day gift. $100 wear. Passed away. Next object. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold and ruby ring. A 14 karat gold and ruby ring. Look at this one here. In a very heavy gold setting with a nice ruby flanked by rubies on either side. What's your pleasure on that one? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. There's more of that just in gold. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 300 if you like it. Beautiful ruby ring at 275 and 300. Any more than 275, we're going to sell it. 275 once, twice, and for 300. 275. And now we're on 1152, a great sterling silver cut bracelet right there. Open work, modern design bracelet. And what's your pleasure on this? May we have what? $100 wear. 170, I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. 80, I have 80 on the phone and now 90. On the phone at 80 now 90, 80 now 90. On the phone at $80, 90 if you'd like it. Nice bracelet at only $80, 90 if you want it. 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90, 90 now 100, 90 now 100. 90 now 100, 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 on the phone now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 on the phone and 1 and a quarter, $100, 100, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half now. I 1 a quarter now 1 and a half. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half is on the phone and 175. I 150 now 175. I 150, 175. I wonder if that's by that designer in California. We had the other three. What do we have? 150, 170. We're looking. I have 150 with you. 150 looking for 175. I have 150 looking for 175. Any more? 150 once, twice is on the phone and going. All in, all done. Okay, Darren, 150. Next we have Tiffany & Company sterling silver little mesh purse, little cute little mesh purse by Tiffany. If this is right around the turn of the century, probably, or the flapper era, with all the beadwork on it. And that little bracelet on that little change purse. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 250 I have, and 270, 275, and 300. 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300 now, 3 and a quarter. With Kaler at $300. Online at 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 and a quarter. All in all that 300, 3 and a quarter. Carol, thank you. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 300 once, twice, and for 3 and a quarter. Sold, $300. Kaler. Online bidder. Next we have another lovely ring right here. Pink gold and sapphire and diamond ring right there. What's your pleasure in that one right there? Lovely ring again. Boy, some great rings here today. If you need rings, we got them. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 150 I have and 175. I have 150, 175, and 150, 175. Sapphire and diamonds at only 150. 3 pennyweights of gold. I have 150, now 175. At 150, 175. Nice heavy mount on that. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175, and now 200. At 175, and now 2. No money. At 175 and 200. And that beautiful sapphire and diamond ring. At 175 and 200. Any more? All in all done at 175. Once, twice, any more? 175. 65 buys. 175. Next we go to another pair of pearl studs. Look at these. These are 8.57 millimeter. Beautiful match pair of huge pearls in 14 karat gold mounts. What's your pleasure on those? We just got 2.5 for the little ones. I have 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. And 100, of course, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, now 1 and a quarter. These are huge pearls, 8.57 millimeters. I have 100, now quarter. I have only dollars 100, 100 and a quarter. For the gold stud earrings, I have 100, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. Any more? At 100 once, twice, anyone for 1 and a quarter. Gonna sell them. Sold, $100. Next we have two 14-karat gold mounted clasps with freshwater pearl necklaces. And on the two of those, what's your pleasure? One of them's 29 inches long, and the other one's 100 inches long. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter on the great strands of pearls. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Look at that, opera length. I have $100 only, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for these. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 150, 175 now, all with Kaler. I 150 now, 175. Two great strands of pearls. I have only 150, 175, and 200. And 175 and 200 cost more than that just to string them. I have 175 and now 200. True. I have 175 and now 200. 200 I have and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 with Kaler. I have 225 and 250. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That's a great way to display those too. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at only 250 and selling. At 250 once, 250 twice. Like two great strands of pearls with gold clasp. And selling at 250. Any more? Last call. Down they go. 250. Kaler. Online bidder. We are now approaching 1157 is the next lot. 1157, cruising right along here. 3 sterling silver jewelry items. We've a pendant on a chain, a designer ring, and a brooch. And what's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100 only, 100 and a quarter if you like it. All in, all done at 100 and a quarter and 100 and a half. I 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. 1 1/4, 1 1/4 to number 103. 1 1/4, 103. 103 buys 1 1/4. Next we have more silver jewelry. 4 sterling silver brooches. One in the dragon pendant, a modern design pendant, a filigree pendant, and what's your pleasure in all these? This one's all set with marcasites. All set with marcasites. Great little dragon right there, and a modern design pendant right there. What's your pleasure in all that? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. At $70 and 80 if you like it. At $70 for all those brooches. At only 70, 80 I have on the floor, and of course now 90. I have 80 now, 90. The dragon's worth that. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. Any more? 80 once, 80 twice. You for $90. $80 to 102. 102. Next we go to in the 14-karat gold Toile et Moi amethyst ring, a bypass ring in amethyst. Look at that lovely piece right there in 14-karat gold. May I have what? $300 and set it in. 300 where? 200 I have in 2 1/4 I have in 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Jen, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Jen and 2 1/2 if you'd like it. A beautiful ring right there at only 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. Your book is out. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275 in that lovely amethyst ring. I have 250 and 275, matching oval faceted amethyst in 14-karat gold. I have only 250 and 275. 275 and 300, still way under the money. Going to sell it. At 275 and now 3. At 275 once, 275 twice, with 300 I have in time and 300. What's your pleasure on those? May we have what? A couple $300 and set it in. 200 where? 2 1/4 is even better. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, a nice pair of diamond studs at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. You can't buy them in a store for that. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for $250, a nice pair of diamond studs. Any more? 2 1/4, down they go. Next we have, oh, here's a nice sterling silver bracelet right here. A wide sterling silver cuff bracelet right there. Look at the workmanship in that bracelet. It's all milligrained silver detail work. What's your pleasure on this one? 70. I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. This is a great bracelet. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. Take a good hard look at this one. Look at the workmanship. I have 70 now, 80. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100. Shouldn't have to work on this at all. 100, of course, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. That's a statement bracelet right there. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 looking for 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. All in all, then 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. At 150, 175. Beautiful bracelet. I 150, 175. What's neat about it, it looks like you've got about 6 bangles on your arm at once. At 1 1/2, now 175. 150 once, twice, and 175. Sold 150. Online bidder. Next we have 3 designer and modern jewelry, including a Givenchy brooch, And on that, with the Givenchy brooch, what's your pleasure on that lot? 70 I have and 80 now. I have 70 now, 80 and 70 now, 80, including the Givenchy brooch. I have 70 now, 80 and 70 now, 80. At 70 once, twice, these earrings are so cool. They're sterling with enamel in a sort of a modernist design, like a Frank Lloyd Wright design. And I have, what do we have? 70, looking for 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80 more. Going to sell them. 70 once, twice, and for $80. $70, down they go. Online better. Next we have 3 pairs of 14-karat gold ball stud earrings on the 3 pairs of gold studs. What's your pleasure on all those? 150 I have and 175. I have 150 and 175. At 150 and 75, you can graduate on 3 sets of gold ball form studs. I have 150 only and 175. At 150, 175 and 200. At 175 and 200, they'd be more than that per pair. I have 175 now 2. At 175 now 2 for all 3 now. At 175 now 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have only 200 now 2 1/4 for all 3 pairs at 200 and 2 1/4. 200 once, 200 twice, any for 2 1/4. Where are you going to find them that reasonable ever again anymore? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Think about it. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. 2 1/4. Down they go. We're moving on. Next we have a 14-karat gold Italian shell charm bracelet. It's all 14-karat gold, handmade. It has little tiny fan-shaped shells on the bracelet. What's your pleasure in that lovely little piece right there? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At only 1 1/4, we haven't paid for the gold yet. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All then at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/2 in time. What a deal this is. A beautiful little bracelet at 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. This is a lovely little bracelet. Little tiny fan-shaped shells. At 1 1/2 once, twice, and for 175. Sold 150. 1165. 1165 is the next lot we have right here. And it's going to be... oh, look at all the earrings. 6 pairs of modernist sterling silver earrings. These are all estate pieces. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now $1/4. I have $100, 100 1/4. I have $100, 100 1/4. Nice group of sterling silver. This one has black onyx inlaid in the sterling. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Going once, twice, any more? $100. Next we have a 14-karat gold pearl and diamond pendant. Look at this beautiful piece right here on a fine, fine woven sterling gold chain. A fine woven gold chain. The diamond on the pendant right there, which a pleasure in this. 175 and 200, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 75. I have 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4 with Kayla now at 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. Now you can see the diamond. I have 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4 anymore. 375 once with Kayla all the way at 375 and 400 anymore. 375 Kayla. Next we have a neat ring right here. A designer sterling silver and 18-karat gold coin motif ring with the double Janus heads on the front in gold. And what's your pleasure in that neat ring right there? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 and 175 and 2. 18-karat gold coin in the center, coin style in the center. And I have 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and 200 if you like it. This is the style of a Roman gold coin. At 175 and 2, sold 175. Next we have 3 brooches right here. 3 sterling silver and hard stone jewelry items. 2 pendants and 1 brooch. What's your pleasure on all that? What's your pleasure on that lot? A nice group of pieces right there on that lot right there. What's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have $100 and set them in. $100 and set them in. This is that special type of glass that they make stuff with now. $100 where? And you said $100? Nobody wants those? Pass it away then. Next object. Next object is sterling silver. 2 sterling silver bracelets. One is set with rock crystals. Rock crystals on these right here. Look at this one here. All set with rock crystals. What's your pleasure on that lot? 150 and 175. I have 150 and 175 and 150 and 75. Any more? And 150 once, twice, any for 175. We good? Any more? 150. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold and aquamarine ring. 14 karat gold and aquamarine ring right here with diamonds, 3 little diamonds on the side on that tear-shaped or marquee-shaped aquamarine ring. What's your pleasure on that lovely little piece right there? 150 I have, 175, 200. 175 now 2, 175 and 2, 175 and 2. That's a sweet little period ring. 3 diamonds down the side of that marquee-shaped or teardrop-shaped aquamarine, and 200 at 175 and now 200 and 175 and now 2. Any more than 175 in that beautiful little ring? That should have bring a lot more than that. At 175 and 200, nice period ring. At 175, any more? Any more? 175, 65, 175 to 65. Some great buys on jewelry here today. Here we go. 2 vintage 14 karat gold and pearl bracelets. And on the vintage 14 karat gold bracelets and pearl, what's your pleasure on those? Nice delicate pieces. 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Way under the money for those. I have 100 now quarter. This is all set with freshwater pearls in gold. These are little tiny pearls and set in gold, both of them. I have only $100, not 100 and a quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? Last call at $100 only. 100 and a quarter if you like them. Reasonable for those. $100. Next we go. Here we go. 3 sterling silver cuff bracelets. One is signed by R. Willis. R. Willis, the designer. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on all of the bracelets? Maybe $100 and set them in. 70 I have and 80 now. I have 70 and 80 and 70 and 80. And all those designer bracelets. I have $70 and 80 if you'd like them. I have 80 now 90. This is a good one right here. I have 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100. Way into the money. You're going to sell them. I have 90 and 100 if you'd like them. I have 90 once, 90 twice, 100 if you want those. 3 great bracelets. They're not showing up on the screen. No, they're not on my screen. Oh. Oh, good, good. Well, usually I see them. So I have, what do we have? 90? 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? All in all, then, $90. Once, twice, any more. 100 I have and a quarter now. I have 100 in time and now a quarter. Well worth it. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter, any more. Sold $100. And the next item is, let's see, 1173 is a 14 karat gold ruby and diamond ring. And on this little guy right here, which you play, oh, that's a nice design. A modern design and a cabochon ruby. Cabochon ruby flanked with 3 little diamonds on either side. What's your pleasure on this guy? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. And that lovely designer ring right there. At 175 and 2 and 14 karat gold. At 175 and 2. How much? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half still under the money. I'm going to sell it. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 75. Beautiful little ring. Cabochon ruby. 2 and a half and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275. I need a Coke. 275 and 300. I 275 and 300. I 275 and looking for 3. I 275 and 300. I 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. At 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300 and 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 and a quarter. Beautiful little ring. Any more? All in all at 300 with Kaler. Kaler 300. Next we have 5 pieces of sterling silver jewelry. We have several pendants, a whistle, and 1 brooch in the form of a kitty. What's your pleasure on those? Phone's out. What's your pleasure on those? There we have $100 and set it in. $100 wearing all the brooches, whistle, and pendants. Anyone for 100? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. 60 now 70. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. Any more? Nice group of stuff at only $70. Once, twice, in for $80. $70, 98. $70 to 98. Next, we have another pair of pearl studs. These are 14 karat gold mounted, and what size of the pearls? They didn't put the size of the pearls in, but they're big. And on those right there, I would say they're at least, oh yeah, those are at least 8 millimeter with 14 karat gold backs. What's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. On the pair of those big 8 millimeter pearl earrings at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Down they go, 1 1/4. Next, we have a 14 karat gold and pearl station necklace. Look at that. And on that right there, maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wears, 200. 175, which good start. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2, 275. All with Kayla now at 2 1/2 and 275. 275, beautiful necklace. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, at 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. Anymore. Sold 275. Next we have sterling jewelry. 4 vintage sterling silver jewelry right there. A pair of fish form earrings, other earrings, a pendant, and a necklace. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have now 1 1/4. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice. In for 1 1/4. All in all done at only $100. Any more? Sold $100. 1 1/4. I have now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Just in time. I 1 1/4 with Kayla, 1 1/2. Have you at 1 1/4, Kayla? And 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Kayla, 1 1/4. Online bidder. Next we go. 3 more pieces of Art Nouveau sterling silver brooches. These nice period brooches right here. This one's interesting because it has turquoise. The flowers are set with turquoise. Nice vintage pieces right there. What's your pleasure on those? How much? 80 and now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. No money for those. That one right there is a stunner. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This is probably by some special designer. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Set with turquoise. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? At 125 once, twice. He went for 150. Emily gets this one. And now we have lot 1179 is 3 pendants, 1 agate, malachite, and mother of pearl. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? May we have what? $100 wear. $100 wear. This one's very nice right here. And then for 100, 75. Nobody wants those? Any bid? Pass away. Next item. Here we go. We have a 14 karat gold amethyst and diamond ring. Look at this one here. Lovely amethyst and diamond ring. It's an old European cut amethyst surrounded by diamonds and white gold. Large amethyst right there. What's your pleasure on that? 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. I have only 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. That's a stunner. A nice vintage ring right there. The nice, looks like a Russian amethyst, a deep purple Russian amethyst surrounded by lovely white diamonds in white gold. I have only $300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 once, twice in for 3 1/4. That beautiful ring. It's with Emily, is that correct? Emily has it at 300 at the moment, and even for 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. That's a lovely ring. I have 3 1/4 only with Emily all the way now at 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I'm going to sell it at 3 1/4 once, 3 1/2 in time with Kayla, and now 375 with Emily, and now 400. I 375 a bargain. I 375 and 400. Look at the quality of that ring. I 375 and now 400. I 375 and 4 and going to go at 375 once, 375 twice, and for 400. Don't lose it. Sold 375. And a lovely ring. And now, what do we have next? Now, 1181, a pair of colored diamond stud earrings. A pair of colored diamond stud earrings in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, now 100 1/4. Colored diamond stud earrings at only $100. 100 once, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4, gonna sell them. Beautiful colored diamonds. 1 1/4 once, twice, in for 1 1/2. So 1 1/4 then. Next we go to a Victorian 14 karat gold and dendritic agate ring, a nice vintage ring in the period box it came in on. And what is your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375. At 350 and 375. Any more? At 350 once, twice, and 375 you'd like it. Who has the 3 1/2? Emily at 3 1/2 on live auctioneers, 375 with Emily, and 400 now. It's with Emily on 400 on live auctioneers, 400 now, 4 1/4. That beautiful ring, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 475. At 4 1/2, 475. It looks like it has a little tree in the center. 475, 500. At 475 and 500 now, 500, 550. I have 500 now, 5 1/2 if you'd like it. With Emily all the way at 550 and 600. At 550 once, 550 twice, and for $600. Any more? Any more? Sold. 550. Emily, live auctioneers. And next we have another beautiful cameo right here. It's a silver frame with 14 karat gold wire shell cameo portrait pendant brooch. What's your pleasure on that? Here we have $100 and set it in. $100 wearing that lovely pendant brooch. The carving on it is exquisite. And he went for $100. $75. Nobody wants that lovely brooch. Wow. That's the way. Next object. Moving on. Now we have a 14 karat gold opal inlaid and diamond ring. Look at this one right here. And on this right here. What's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have only 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, and an opal and diamond ring. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Any more? At 200 once, 200 twice, and 2 1/4 if you like it. Reasonable for that. Any more? It's $200 then. And now we have a 14 karat gold and tiger's eye bead form bracelet. 14 karat gold bead's eye bracelet right there. A tiger eye bead bracelet with gold spacers. What's your pleasure on that? 50 have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 on the tiger eye bracelet. 60, 60, and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. And 60 once, twice, and for $70. Any more? $60. 103? 103. Next we have 3 sterling silver adjustable length necklaces. And on the sterling silver necklaces, what's your pleasure with those? May we have what? $50 and set it in. 50, how much? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 online, now 80 on all the necklaces. I have 70 now, 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90, 90 now, 100, and 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100 on all 3 of them. I have 90 now, 100. 90 once, 100 I have now, a quarter. I have 100 now, a quarter, 100 now, a quarter. I have $100, need 100 and a quarter if you want 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice. You want 150, all in, 1 1/4. We are 1 1/4, down it goes. This is an unusual piece right here. Sterling silver star pendant on a box chain presented to Abigail K. Underhill by her teacher in 1856. What a wonderful vintage piece that is. And in coin silver or sterling. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 with the FC bid now 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. FC bid is 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4. 316 buys, 1 1/4 FC bid. Next we go 2 neat Soviet and Italian silver bracelets. And on those right there, and those silver bracelets right there, what's your pleasure? One is Italian and one is Soviet. And what's your pleasure? Maybe $100 and set them in. $100 where and set them in for the 2 of them. And they went for $100. Nobody wants those? Nice bracelets. $75. And it's just $75. No interest in those. Once, twice, and moving on. Next item. Next we have $11.89. 3-piece vintage Tasco, Mexico sterling silver jewelry. We have earrings, a pendant, and a fish brooch. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 and a quarter. I have $100 with Emily on Live Auctioneers and 100 and a quarter if you like them. I have 100 once, twice, aiming for 1 and a quarter. Any more? $100. Another nice gold band with diamonds. Nice gold band with diamond. 9 round cut diamond mailies arranged in central channel setting. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Lovely vintage ring. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 and a quarter. A nice period ring at 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? Sold 200. Next we have 2 Danish silver jewelry, one by Axel Fripp, P-R-I-P, Denmark, on the Danish jewelry. What's your pleasure on that nice suite right there? 100 I have and now quarter. I have $100, only 100 and a quarter. I have $100, only 100 and a quarter, $100, 100 and a quarter if you'd like it. At only $100, that nice suite of jewelry. At 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Gonna go. Any more? $100. Next we have a 14 karat gold and a vintage 14 karat gold and citrine ring, an oval faceted citrine ring. And look at the great setting on that ring, all intricately carved on either side. And what's your pleasure on that ring right there? 150 have, 175 and 200 and 200 and 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and now 2 and a half. Beautiful ring at 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Should be everywhere. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At only 2 and a half and 275. Look at the great setting on this ring. I have 2 and a half and now 275. I have 2 and a half and 275. It's all reticulated all the way around the setting. I have 2 and a half and now 275. At 250 and selling. 250 once, twice went for 275. Any more? We good? 250. And off we go. We have 3 sterling silver chains right here. 3 Italian sterling silver chains, herringbone. And they go from 22 inches to 30 inches long. 3 of them. One money buys them all. What's your pleasure? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80 in all the sterling silver chains. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. At 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. At 80, now 90. At $80, 90 if you'd like them. 90, that's $30 a piece. No money. I have 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. 100, now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter for 3 of those necklace chains. 22 inches to 30 inches long. 3 of them. We have 100 and 1 and a quarter now, and now 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. I 150 in those nice flat link chains. I 1 and a half, now 175. 150 once, twice, any more? 150 it is. Next we have 2 pairs of Erik Magnusson enamel sterling earrings. Erik Magnusson is a Danish designer from the 1930s, and those lovely enameled flying geese earrings. What's your pleasure on those? How much? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, now 100 and a quarter, $100, 100 and a quarter for the 2 pairs. 1 and a quarter is on the phone, and 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter on the phone, and 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter once, twice, and for 150. 150 is on the floor, and 175. I 150 and on the floor, 175. I 150 on the floor with the lady seated front. I 150 and 175. Yours, 150, 102. 150 to 102. Next we have a 14 karat gold and diamond anklet. A 14 karat gold and diamond anklet. A lovely piece right here. What's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200 now. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. 170, 200 I have and 2 and a quarter on that lovely diamond anklet. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. Selling once, selling twice at 200 with Kaler all the way at 200 anymore. Sold 200. 200. Next we have 7 sterling silver and inlaid pieces of jewelry. There's turquoise and abalone. There's all kinds of great jewelry right there. What's your pleasure on the lot? 70, I have now 80. I have 70, now 80. This is an 80. There's no 90, now 100. No brainer on this one. 100 of course, 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter, 100 and a half, 150, 175, 150, 175. Great lot. At 150, 175, at 150, 75. Any more? All in all done at 150, 175. Gonna go. Any more? Sold 150. We are on lot 1197, heading to 1200. Here we go. A 14 karat gold and a cubic zirconia bow form pendant. A lovely little pendant right there in 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where and set it in. There's more than that just in gold. $100 and he set it in $100. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and passed away then. Next object. I have 70. We'll open it. We'll open it. I have 70. Now I have 70, now 80. And 70, now 80. Now 90. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Beautiful pendant. If you had it on, everyone think it was diamonds for sure. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. And that beautiful pendant right there at only $90 and 14 karat gold. Any more? 90 it is. And now, whoop, I had myself. And now we have an Art Deco 10 karat gold and filigree brooch. Looks like a little tiny ruby maybe in the center. What's your pleasure on that? 70, I have an 80. 80, and now 90. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. All in, $80 and $90. 90, and now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. At only $90, $100. That vintage piece at $90. Once, twice, and for 100. Any more? $90 it is. Oop. And then, oh, look at this great ring. A 10 karat gold, sapphire, emerald, ruby, and diamond band right there. Very, very nice one right there. And on that right there, on that band, with all those great gemstones, looks like a one-of-a-kind designer specialty ring. And maybe we have what? 500 where? How much? 375. I have 400. I have 4 and a quarter and a half. And 75. 500. 550. 600. 650. 700. No. I have 650 with Kayla and 700. A great ring. I have 650 now, 700. I have 650 and 7 and 650 and 7 with diamonds, emeralds, rubies. Got it all. Got it all. I have 650 once, twice, and for 700. Any more? 650 it is. Next we have a Hans Hansen Danish sterling silver modernist choker form necklace in sterling silver. Great design. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275. 275 is on the phone and 300 and 3 and a quarter now. I have 300 on live auctioneers looking for 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 and a quarter. Any more? On the Hans Hansen Danish modernist choker. I have 300 with Emily, correct? 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 and a quarter with Darren back on the phone, and now 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarters on the phone and selling. Once, selling twice, and for 350, sold. 3 and a quarter phone. 310 buys. Next we have a group of vintage sterling silver marcasite jewelry right here. What's your pleasure on this whole group right here? 70 I have an 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. I have $80 now 90. At 80 at 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Beautiful group right there. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. I have 150 now 175. I have 150 now 175 and 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 200, 175 and 200. 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. All in all, then at 200. 200, Emmy. 200, Emily. Next, we have another great strand of pearls, graduated cultured pearls. And on that right there, that one is 17 inches long, and they go from 7.45 to 3.80 on these graduated pearls. What's your pleasure on these? And we have, what, $100 quickly and set them in at $100. That lovely strand of graduated pearls. How much? Yeah, it's here to be sold. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, and that's 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Quickly, 80 once, 80 twice, and put 90 on that. 90 now 100, and 90 now $100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now 100, 1 a quarter, 1 half. I have 1 a quarter, 1 half. A beautiful strand of graduated pearls. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half, and 175. 150, 175, and 150 once, twice, and 175. Gonna go, and 150 once, twice, any more. 175 and 200, and 175 and 2 with Kayla all the way now. And 175 and 2, 175 once, twice, and for 200. Sold 175. Next we have 1203. 1203 is 3 sterling gem set pendants. And on the right there, with your pleasure, on those right there, maybe we have what? A couple $100 set them in. 70 I have, and now 80. 80, now 90. Now I have 90 on the floor, now 100. 90, now 100. I have 90 on 100 I have with Kaler, now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. That's a nice group of stuff right there. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. One's a mother of pearl, one is amethyst, and one synthetic ruby and diamond mealy. And I have, what, 100? 1 1/4, 1 1/4, and now 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and going to go anymore. 1 1/2, and 75, 175, and 200, and 200. I 175 and now 2 anymore. On the floor, 175 and selling. Once, twice, and sold. 170, 103, 175 to 103. Next we have another 10 karat gold Victorian oval cameo. What's your pleasure on this one? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. I have $80 and 90 if you'd like it. At 80 now 90 anymore. 90 now 100, and 90 now 100. It's in a heavy gold setting. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 anymore. All in, all done, and $90 going to go. 90 once, 90 twice. You went for a $100 bill anymore. 90 it is. And now we're at 1205. 1205. Moving right along nicely. This is an Indian Rajasthan silver hinged bracelet. And what's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, and 80 now. I have 70 and 80 and 70 and 80. 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. With Kaler at 80 and now 90. Any more on that Rajasthan vintage bracelet at only $80. Once, $80 twice. Anyone for 90. It's gone at $80 then. Next we have, look at all the jewelry. 9 pairs of sterling silver earrings. And what's your pleasure on all the sterling silver earrings? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. Boy, if you have a shop, this is the place to buy today. A lot of money to be made. I have $100, now 100 1/4. I have $100, 100 1/4 anymore. Last call at $100, 100 1/4 for all of those earrings. 9 pairs. Once, twice, and that's less than $10 a pair. Any more? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/2 and 175. I 150, 175. Bargain. I 150. Gonna sell them. I 150 once, 150 twice, and for 175. Think about it. Any more? Sold 150 then. Next we have a 3-strand seed pearl necklace with silver heart pendant. With a silver heart pendant. It's a beautiful little piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have what? $100 wear. 100 wear. So it'd be the $100. $50 then. $50 then. Set it in at $50. God, that's a cute little thing. And he said 50? Nobody wants it. Next item. Too late. Next. I've already moved on. Here we go. Nora Gulbrandsen for David Anderson, Norwegian sterling silver and enamel brooch. And what's your pleasure on that? May we have what? $300 wears. 300 wears for 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. All in all then, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. One bid. Sold, 300. 314 buys. Next we have 5-piece sterling silver religious pendants, and on all that sterling silver right there, which a pleasure. 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70. There's a lot of silver there. I have 60 and 70. Nice chains. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70 and more. All in all done. $60 with Kaler at 60 only. 70. 70 here and now 80. I have 70 now 80. On the floor at 70 now 80. 80 and now 90. No. 90. Yes, they said 90. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. Any more? All in all done. It's on the floor at $90. 100 anymore. Are you done, Kayla? Your person done? $90. 103? 103 the buyer? Yep. Next item we have 2 Dane Craft sterling silver necklaces and bracelets. What's your pleasure on this? 70 I have, and 80. I have 70 now 80, so 80 now 90. 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90 anymore. 90 now 100. At 90 now 100, 90 now 100. On the 2 Dane Craft pieces, bracelet and necklace. I've only $90. Once, twice, and for 100. All in, all then. $90 with Kaler. Any more? Sold $90. Next we have 2 pairs of 14 karat gold mounted pearl studs. And on those right there, 6 millimeter and 7 millimeter, and a nice pairs of earrings right there. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Should be everywhere. I have 100, 100, 100 quarter. 2 pairs of pearl studs with gold mounts. I have 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 150, 175, bargain. I 150 now 175. Those are nice pearls. I 150, 175. Going to sell them at 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more? 150 it is. Next we have 4 sterling silver jewelry necklace and stud earrings, and with a dragonfly with enamel little dragonfly in the center. What's your pleasure on those? There we have $100. That whole lot of jewelry right there. Look at that little turquoise inlaid dragonfly. Any interest in those? No interest in that lot? Once, twice, and pass away then. Next item. 1213. 1213 is going to be next. Oh, here's a nice vintage ring right here. A Victorian 14-karat rose gold and banded agate ring. And what's your pleasure on that? 200 I have. It's size 8, so it could possibly be for a lady or a man. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I 2 and a half and 275. I 250 now 275. 275. I heard all of you at the same time. I think I heard Kayla louder. 275 and now 300. I heard Kayla 275, 300 with Emily, and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter with Kayla, now 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half in that vintage ring at 3 and a quarter and selling. 3 and a half with Emily and 375. I was back with Emily at live auctioneers at 350 and 75. At 350 once, twice, and with 375. Emily 350. Nope, too late. I said Emily 350. Live auctioneers. Bid quickly. I'm moving along here. I'm on a sterling silver link bracelet. Look at this thing here. What's your pleasure on this? 80. I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. That cool bracelet. 90 now 100. I 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Nice bracelet. And 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100 and 100 and a quarter if you want it. 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. And that nice bracelet. Once, twice, any more? Sold, $100. Next we have some Victorian jewelry. 3 Victorian gold-filled brooches. These are probably around 1880, 1890. What's your pleasure on all those? 70 I have and 80 now. I have 70 and 80 of those nice quality brooches right there. They call it gold pinchback. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more? 90 here on the floor. Sorry, 100 now. I have 90 on the floor now, 100. No money. I have 90 now, 100 anymore on all those Victorian brooches at only $90. Once, twice, and for hundreds on the floor. Any more? You got it. $90, 102. $90, 102. And now Chris is displaying a vintage silver fringe necklace. Look at this. A handmade silver fringe necklace. The workmanship, and this is amazing. What's your pleasure in this? And it's in this piece. 100 wear. And it's in this. Any bid? No bid? Pass away. Next object. Next we have a sterling silver ring set with an Australian boulder opal. A lovely boulder opal in there. And what's your pleasure in that? 125 and now 150. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Lovely ring. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. At 1 and a quarter once, twice, and for 150. We all in all then 1 and a quarter. We are 1 and a quarter. Next we have 3 sterling silver items again. A ring with carnelian and 2 figural brooches. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? A nice carnelian set ring right there. Any interest in those? No bid? Pass away. Nope, 70 and now 80. I've said just in time. I have 70 now 80. I'm moving along, so I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, and all those, the nice ring and 2 brooches. I have 70 once, twice, I went for $80. It's $70 then. Next we have lot 1219, 4 sterling silver items again. We have a enamel pendant and earrings. This is a nice, what they call a snakeskin form. Look how that moves. Snakeskin form necklace. They made these in gold also. Set marcasites. And these are all colored stones here, the earrings, with a matching pendant. Should be good on this. What's your pleasure on that? 70, I have it now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. At 80 now 90, that should be $200 or $300. That's a nice group. I have 80 now 90 anymore. All in all, then $80, $90. 80, 90 in time, and now 100. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 100, I have it now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Way under the money for this. At $100, 100 quarter. I have $100, 100 quarter. Look at the stuff here. I have $100, 100 quarter. This is worth that alone. I have $100, 100 quarter anymore. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. $100, 65. $100, 65, guys. Next we go to, oh, look at this one. A 14 karat gold and peridot pendant necklace. And it has a necklace-centered, cushion-shaped, checkerboard cut peridot, and also sounded with yellow gold and white gold decorative ball form. And what's your pleasure in that lovely piece right there? 175 and 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have two and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. That's a 2 and a half and 275. That's a beautiful pendant. At 2 and a half, 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 only and 275 if you want it. 250 once, 275 and 300. I 275 with Kaler all the way now and 300. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 and a quarter. With Kaler all the way at 300 anymore. Sold 300 then. And 1221. Moving right along nicely today. 2 sterling silver modernist cuff bracelets. What's your pleasure in those? 70 I have and 80 now. I have 70 and 80 and 70 and 80. I have 70 once, twice, and for $80 on a nice pair of bracelets at only $70. 80 if you like them. 80 and now 90. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100 quickly. I'm going to sell them. I have 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100. A nice pair of bracelets, designer 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, anyone for 1 and a quarter. All in, all done. $100 anymore. Sold $100. Next we have 5 sterling silver brooches, including one by Stuart Nye. And on that, what's your pleasure on those? The whole group, one money. Any bid? How much? 20? I'll take it. I have 20, and now 30. 30, see what you did now? And now 40, and now 40. 40, of course, now 50. 50, and now 60. 60, and now 70. I have 60 here, and now 70. Gonna go. 60 once, twice, anymore. 60 once, twice, anymore. 60 to number 98. Here we go. Next we have a 14 karat gold and a cubic zirconia pendant, a lovely pendant in gold right here with a triangular cut stone, beautiful triangular cut stone. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have what, $100 set it in. Where? Interested in that piece at $100. No interest in that piece? Once, twice, and pass that one away. Next item. Now we have 4 rings. 4 vintage sterling silver rings, topaz and garnet rings. What's your pleasure on those? And it looks like an aquamarine one too. What's your pleasure on all those? On the 4 silver rings mounted with gemstones. Any interest in those? No interest in those? Pass those away. Next object. Whoop, I have 125. I have 125. And now 150. I have 125 and 150. At 125, 150, 125, 150. At 125 once, twice, I'm going to sell them. Any more? 125 it is. What was that? 1224, yeah. 125. And here we go. Next we have 5 sterling silver jewelry items right here. A lot of earrings, brooches, some are set with marcasites, and that one looks like it's set with a piece of chalcedony. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. With Kaler at 90 now, everyone else is out. 90 once, twice, and for 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 with Ben. You starting a jewelry store? Oh, yeah. I have $100 now, 1 and a quarter. 100, 100 a quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, any more? Ben, 100. Next we have a vintage 14 karat gold diamond solitaire. A nice little diamond solitaire right there. It's a 1/4 carat diamond set in 14 karat gold and size 8 1/4. Which is something, what's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Nice little diamond. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and now 175. 175. Nice stone. 175 and 200. At 175 and 200. 175 and 2. At 175 and 200. Any more on that nice little diamond. At 175 and 200 in gold. 14 karat. Any more? Once, twice, and 175. Next we have, hey, look at this one. Hand-hammered sterling silver and carnelian necklace. Hand-hammered and sterling silver and carnelian necklace. And what's your pleasure in this? May a couple hundred set it in. 125 I have. 150, 175, 200, all over the place. 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 75, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. No, I have 3 and a quarter. It's online now. 3 and a half. And with Emily at 375. With Emily at 375. With Kayla at 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and now 400. 375 and now 4. I 375 once. 375 twice. Went for 400. We all in, all done. Any more? Sold 375. Next, we have a pair of 14 karat gold abstract knot earrings. Look at these. And what's your pleasure on those nice earrings right there? Maybe a couple $100 and set them in. 200 way by 2. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 a quarter. I have a 1 a quarter. I need 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter. I need 1 and a half. A 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. All in, 1 a quarter only. 1 and a half if you'd like them. Those are beautiful pair of gold earrings. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. 1 and a half in time. 175 now. I 150 now. 175. I 150 now. 175. 150 and 75. With Kayla now. Only 150. 175 anymore. Kayla 150 then. 1229. 1229. Coming right along here nicely. 1229 is a 14 karat gold and diamond solitaire pendant. Look at that right there. And on that right there, it has a quarter carat diamond and set in white gold. And what's your pleasure? Lovely little diamond pendant right there. 150 have now 175. I 150, 175. This is a real diamond on a gold chain. 175 and 200. I 175 and 200. Chain's 18 inches long. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Reasonable for that. I 175 and 2 anymore. Gonna go on a diamond pendant necklace at only 175. Any 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 with Kayla, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 and a quarter. All in, all done at 200. Gonna go. Kayla, 200. And here we go. We have 2 vintage sterling silver cuff bracelets. Look at these. This one is very heavy with a floral motif. And this one has a sort of a floral motif too. What's your pleasure on the 2 of those? 70 have and now 80 now. I have 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Those are great bracelets. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Any more? Last call at $90. 100 if you want them. This one's spectacular. I have $90. 100 I have and now quarter. I have $100. 100 a quarter. $100. 100 a quarter. Look at the workmanship in this bracelet. I have $100 once, twice, in for 1 and a quarter. All in, all in. A $100 bill. Any more? 100 it is. Got it? And now Chris is putting up Italian Franconeri silver filigree brooch. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 50 have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on that fabulous brooch. I have $50 and 60 if you like it. I have 50 only and 60 if you'd like it. I have 50 once, twice, and $60 on that great brooch. Any more? It's $50 then. And now we have more sterling silver jewelry. And on that lot right there, oh, one of them is a pendant with a Mercedes symbol. And on that right there, the other is moonstones. The other one has moonstones. This pendant right here has got nice moonstones on it. And a couple of rings. What's your pleasure on the lot? 50 I have, 60, 60, now 70, 70, now 80, 80, now 80, 90, 100. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 175, 200, no, bless you. I 175 and now 2. I 175 with Kayla and 200 on that nice lot. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more than 175 and 200, Kayla 175. Next, we have another pair of gold-mounted pearl studs. These are 7 millimeter, lovely 7 millimeters with 14 karat gold mounts. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 100 I have now quarter. I have only $100, 100 a quarter, and a nice pair of pearl studs. Very good. Pearls are right in right now. I have $100 now, one a quarter, one and a half. I one a quarter, one and a half. Saving a lot of money buying stuff here today. One a quarter, one and a half, one a quarter, one and a half. Any more? One a quarter once, twice. Going for 150. Gonna go. Any more? One a quarter it is. And what do you got next, Chris? Oh, yeah. We have a 14 karat box link chain right there. 14 karat gold box link chain. Handmade in Italy. What's your pleasure in that? 175 and 200. At 175 and 2 in that nice chain at 175 and 200. 200, of course, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Beautiful link on that. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. And that chain is 20 inches long. 20 inches long. I only have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. It's going to go at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275. I have 250 for 275. At 250 and 275. And that nice box link chain at 250 once, twice, and for 275. Any more? It's 250 then. Look at this group right here. 5 vintage sterling silver necklaces. 2 of them with pendants. 2 of them with pendants. This one has little opals. That one looks like onyx. That one has gray pearls. And what's your pleasure in the whole lot? What's your pleasure in a whole lot of 5 pieces of sterling silver vintage jewelry? And interested in those? Interested in that lot at all? 50, yeah, 50 and 60 now. 70 and now 80. 80 now 90. It's no money. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. It's on the floor at $80. 90 if you want it. 80 once, twice, and for $90. Yours, $80, number 101. $80, 101. Now we go to 1236. 1236 is a 14 karat gold Edwardian design amethyst ring. And on that amethyst ring, a couple hundred wear. 200 I have. How much? 275. And now 300 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 375. I 3.5 is absentee bid, and now 375. I 350 and 375. At 350 and 375 anymore. Absentee bid has it at 350 once, 350 twice, and 375. They're going to be happy, Jen. 350. 350 to 312. Absentee bidder. And next we have, oh, look at this great bangle bracelet here. A sterling silver triple twist bangle bracelet right there in sterling silver. What's your pleasure in this one? 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. That's a statement bracelet if there ever was one. I have 90, now 100. It's signed on the inside. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100 on that great bracelet. And 90 once, 90 twice, and for a $100 bill. And even for 100 on that beautiful bracelet. 90 once, twice, any more? It's 90 it is. Online bidder. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold and amethyst drop form earrings right there. A pear-shaped cut amethyst. And what's your pleasure on that? 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. And that great pair of earrings at 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. All in, all done. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Once, twice, and any more. Nice pair of earrings. 1 and a half and 175. I 150 and 175. At 150, 175. Beautiful little pair of drop pendant earrings at 150 once, twice, and for 175. Let's go. It's 150 then. 175. I almost sold them at 175 and now 200. Don't hesitate because you're going to lose. At 175 and now 200. At 175, 200 I have with Kayla and 2 and a quarter. I 200 now 2 and a quarter. I 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter anymore. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and for 250. All in, all done. At 2 and a quarter with Kayla all the way. Sold 2 and a quarter Kayla. Next we have a vintage gold-filled strand of 6. What did it say? Oh, 6-strand freshwater pearl necklace. Look at this. In the original packaging from Hong Kong, with a beautiful clasp on this thing. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe $100 and set it in. 100. How much? 70. I have an 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. That never used. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80 on that nice strand of freshwater pearls. 6 strands. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 6 strands with that nice clasp. 90 now 100. I had 90 now 100. Any more? At 90 once. 90 twice. And for 100. Nice strand of pearls. Any more? It's $90 then. And next we have a Cartier style 14 karat gold tricolored Trinity ring. Trinity ring in white gold, rose gold, and yellow gold. And on those right there, most of these are by Cartier. We couldn't find a mark on it. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this one here? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. That tricolored 3-band entwined ring. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 is a 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 only and 275. I'm going to sell it at 250 once, 250 twice, and 275 if you want it. Nice ring. Any more? 250. And now we have a pair of 14 karat gold and diamond cluster earrings, little studs, and 14 karat gold clusters. Those are sweet as anything. What's your pleasure on those? 175, 200, 200 with Jen, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. No, I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 of that nice pair of studs in diamonds. They each have 6, 7 diamonds per earring. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. With Kayla at 2 1/4. She's winning it all. Anymore. 2 1/4, Kayla. Online better. Next we have a 14 karat gold station necklace with gold beads. Look at that. And what's your pleasure in that lovely necklace right there? 80 I have, a 90 I have, and now 100. At 90, 100, 90, 100. At 90 now 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now 100 1/4. No money for this. I have 100 now 1 1/4, 100 1 1/4. A 14 karat gold station necklace, 1 1/4, costing 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 500 in the store at least easily. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, going to sell it at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 and 75, still a bargain. I 150, 175, 150 once, 150 twice. And 175, it's going to go anymore. Going, gone, 150. Next we have 3 pieces of vintage sterling silver turquoise southwestern jewelry, 2 rings and a pendant. And what's your pleasure on that lot? 100 I have and a quarter now. I have 100 now, 100 1/4. I have 100, 100 1/4, 100, 100 1/4 anymore. $100 only on those 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Going to sell them. I 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150 for the 3 pieces at 125 and going once and going twice. Anyone for 150? They're gone at 1 1/4. And now we have 2 American vintage costume jewelry. One is Tafari and one is Charles Reese brooches. And what's your pleasure on those? 850 and now 900, 950, 950 and 1,000 and now 1,100 and now 12 and now 13 and now 14. I have 1,300 now 1,400. I have 1,300 and 1,400. I have 1,300, 14 and 13 and 14 anymore. All in all, 1,300, 14 if you'd like them. All in, all done. 1,300, Emily. Next we have another nice sterling silver cuff bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? 60 I have and 70. Oh, 50 I have now 60. I have 50 now 60. And a nice heavy bracelet again. I have 50 now 60 and 50 now 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. At 51, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. Great cuff bracelet. It's $60 only. 70 if you'd like it. At 60 once, 60 twice, and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80 anymore. All in all, then it's $70 once, twice, and for $80. A nice cuff bracelet. Any more? 70 it is. Another cool ring right here. Look at this one. A Victorian 10 karat gold amethyst ring. And not only is it an amethyst ring, but it's carved in the center with a flower, and the flower is set with a diamond in the center of the flower. And may I have what? $300 to set it in. $375. I like that better. And 400 and 4 1/4 and a half and 75. 500. No. 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 5 in that vintage Victorian ring of 475 and 500. Any more? Once, twice, any more? Sold 475. Kayla. A lot of interest in that one. A sterling silver necklace set with a lovely cubic zirconia center, and on that, look at that one right there. What's your pleasure in that? May we have what? 70 have and 80. I have 70 and 80, 70, 80, now 90, and now 90. I have 80 now 90, now 100, 100 now quarter and a half. No, I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Any more? Kayla, 1.25. Next we have 3 pairs of gold earrings, including pearls and opals. We have a pair of opal studs and 14-karat gold, and 2 pairs of pearl studs. Again, look at these. What's your pleasure in these? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. We've been selling just a pair of studs, pearl studs for that. 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. At 150 now, 175. Pair of opal earrings and 175, and 2 pairs of pearl studs, 175 and 2. Nice buy on those. At 175 and now 2. Any more? At 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. 3 sets of studs at 175. Any more? It's 175 then. Okay. Next we have a lapis bead necklace with 14 gold clasps. Nice little lapis necklace, about a 5 millimeter with a gold clasp. What's your pleasure on that? 24 inches long. What's your pleasure on this one? And the lapis, 75. Yes, 75 and now 100. 75 and now 100. 75 now 100. I have 75 now 100. Any more? Oh, then all 70. Oh, you have 85. Oh, that's right. We have to go 10. And now 95. Yes, and now that screwed it up. 100. That's why I asked for. Anyone for 100? I have 95 here, now 100. Any more? 100 I have, and now 1.25. It's only money. 100, 1.25, 1.5. It's on the floor. 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. Any more? Selling once, twice. Any more? Sold. 1.25. 101. 1.25, 101. Next we have a vintage 10-karat gold garnet and diamond pendant. A nice little pendant right there. What's your pleasure on that? On the little gold and diamond garnet pendant in the heart shape. What's your pleasure on? How much? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, less than scrap gold. I have 50 and 60. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70. I have 60 and going to sell it. I have 60 once, 60 twice, 70. Of course, now 80. I have 70 and 80. Less than melt. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, and for $80. Gonna go. $70 then. Moving on. And now we have a 10-karat gold ruby and diamond ring on these vintage pieces from all these estates right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200, 2.25 and a half. No, I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5, 2.25, 2.5. A lovely ring. At 2.25, 2.5. Any more? Ruby and diamonds at 2.25. And it's sold 2.25 then. And lot 2, 1253, is a European silver-mounted amber link bracelet on that nice vintage bracelet. What's your pleasure on that? Nice amber in that one. And what's your pleasure on that bracelet right there? May we have what? $50. Set it in. It's here to be sold. And it's at $50. That nice vintage amber set bracelet. 50 have and 60 now. It's 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. This all had to be custom made around those unusual shapes of amber. Do we have 60? 60, I have now 70. I have 60 now 70. No money for this. I have 60 and 70. Going to sell it. 60 once, 60 twice. Went for $70. Sold $60 then. 1254 is next. 1254 coming along. 6 pairs of sterling silver and gemstone earrings. What's your pleasure in this nice lot right here? 60. We've got all turquoise, mother pearl, garnet. Looks like moonstone. What else we got? 70, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 on a nice lot of earrings right there. At only $70, 80 if you want them. At 70 now 80. Who has the 70? Emily has $70, 80 if you'd like it. I have 70 once, 70 twice, and 80 on a nice group of earrings. All in all, then, at only $70. Yep, $70. Live auctioneers, nice buy on those. Next we have a vintage 10-karat gold and shell cameo ring with a woman walking up to a cottage. And what's your pleasure in that nice period ring right there? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I have 1.25 and 1.5 and 175. I have 150, 175. At 150 and 175, a nice 175 and 200. This is a nice period ring. I have 175 and now 200. 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200 now 2.25. I have 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4s with Kaler, and now 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. That period ring at only 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. It's 2 1/4 then. Now we have a Sagen sterling silver and turquoise necklace. Look at this piece right here. What's your pleasure on this signed Sagen piece? What's your pleasure on this one here? Turquoise and sterling silver. What's that? No turquoise. Oh, torque necklace. Sorry. 70, now 80. It's a sterling silver torque necklace by Sagen. 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Should have started at 100. We're going to sell it. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Nice necklace. 90 now 100. 90 once. 90 twice. In for $100. Any more. All in, all done at $90. Sold $90. And now we have a 10-karat gold pendant with a fitted with a lovely gray pearl. It's a 6 mm gray pearl right there. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece right there? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 now 70. Looks like a little gray Tahitian pearl. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. With you, Kayla? Oh, 60. I'm sorry. 60. You have 80. Even better. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. At 80 now 90 anymore on that lovely little pearl pendant at only $80. 90 if you want it. Any more. 90 now 100. I have 90 with Emily now 100. And 90 now 100. Very delicate, lovely thing. I have 90 now 100. 90 once, 90 twice. And for 100, $90. Emily. Now we have a cool charm bracelet right here. This is a sterling silver link charm bracelet with 9 charms all ready to go. What's your pleasure on that? 80. I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. The main one is enameled. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. It's got everything on there. 80 and 90 anymore? 80 once, 80 twice. In for $90. $80. Next we have a cool sterling silver folk figure brooch. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? How much? 50, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 90, 100, quarter, half. No. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's a cool brooch. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At only 1 1/4, 1 1/2 with Kaler. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's 1 1/4 Kaler. Next, we have a vintage 10-karat gold and sapphire ring. A lovely sapphire and diamond ring right there. A nice vintage piece. Looks like probably the Art Deco era. And what's your pleasure in that? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. I have 300, 3 1/4. That's a pretty ring. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Any more than $300. Once, twice, any more. Sold 300. And next we have, oh, there we go. 1261. 1261 is 3 decorative beaded necklaces. This one has like chalcedony beads and silver beads. This one's cool. Has a lion. Has a lion as the pendant. And what's your pleasure? Some of these are bone. And what's your pleasure on the whole lot? Maybe you have $100 and set it in. $100 worth of nice decorative necklaces right here. This one's all hand carved in bone. And it looks like some kind of lychee nuts and other things like that. This one has a turtle and silver. And even for 100 the lot. No interest in that lot. Once, twice, and pass it away then. And now we're going to 1262, moving right along. 1262 is going to be more silver. 3 pieces of sterling silver jewelry, a crossed on a pendant, a pair of earrings, and a necklace. What's your pleasure in that lot? What's your pleasure in this lot? Maybe we have what? $50 where? 50 where instead of $50. Instead $50 in that lot. No one wants that? Pass it away. Next object. Next we have a 10-karat white gold opal iolite and diamond ring. Nice ring right there. What's your pleasure in that? Size 6 3/4. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. I 150, 175. Seems cheap for that. I 150 now 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. Opal, iolite, and diamond ring for 150, 175, and now 2. I 175 and 2 if you'd like it. And 175 and 2, and 175 once, twice in for 200. All in all then at 175 and going, and gone. 175. We have three sterling silver bangles. 3 nice sterling silver bangle bracelets. What's your pleasure on these? 70 I have and 80 now. I have 70 and 80 and 70 and 80 on all these nice bangle bracelets. This is floral design. This one has, oh, this is a military design. That's interesting. 80. This one's got crossed swords and all kinds of stuff. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 once, 80 twice. I'm for $90 on nice sterling silver bracelets. Not even $30 a piece. I have $80 and 90 if you'd like them. 80 once, twice, and for $90. 80 it is. Next we have 2 Portuguese filigree sterling silver brooches. The ship is got enamel on it and little red coral beads set on the brooch. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on that? That's a nice group right there. What's a nice group right there? Anyone for $50? Passes away. Next object. Moving on. And now we have a 14-karat gold carved ivory and gem set elephant pendant on that little pendant right there. What's your pleasure? 150. I have 175. I 150, 175. Cute little elephant. He's set with, looks like he's set with rubies and sapphires and gold. His little tail is gold. I have 150 and 175. 175 and 200. I 175 and 2. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore on the elephant. At 175 once, twice anymore. Emily, 175. And next we have a pair of Art Nouveau sterling silver luggage tags. Wait a minute. Not this. Just this. And on the sterling silver luggage tags, what's your pleasure on those? Can you imagine how wealthy you had to be to have silver luggage tags circa 1900 for Emma White and R.F. Hall? And what's your pleasure on those? Any in those? Pass those away then. Next we have a pair of Brenda Schoenfeld Tasco Mexico ear clips. And what's your pleasure on those? 50 have and 16, 60 and 70, 80, 90, 100. No. I have 90. I have 90 with Kayla, now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100. And those great earrings by Brenda Schoenfeld Tasco Mexico at only $90. 100 if you like them on those designer earrings. Any more? 100 I have and now quarter. I have only 100. Going to sell them. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? Sold, $100. Next we have 3 vintage citrine rose quartz and agate necklaces. Look at these. Rose quartz, agate. I like this one right here. Look at this citrine necklace right here, this drop pendant. Beautiful piece right there. What's your pleasure on these? And we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. A couple hundred where? $100 to set it in. $100 to set it in. That group of 3 nice necklaces. 50 have 50? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. These are really good. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Look at this one here. This is all faceted agates. Hold that right up. Set that down. Hold this up. This is way under the money for these. I have 50 and 60. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70. Look at this pendant on this thing. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. All in all that, $60 and 70 if you like it. Any more? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Any more? All in all that, $70, 80 if you like it. $70, 65 buys, $70, 65. No money for those. Next we go to, what do we have next? All kinds, still got a lot of fun stuff to go. Hey, here we go, some more brooches. 7-piece sterling silver accessories, stick pins, brooches. There's even one of a swordfish with a, looks like a turquoise eye. And what's your pleasure on that silver lot? 50 having 60 now. Here's a symbol, says Taurus the Bull of 60 and 70. 60 and 70, 60 and 70 where? At 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. With Kayla at 60 and 70. 70 with you. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 in that nice lot. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Going to sell it. 70 once, 70 twice. And for $80. With Kayla all the way. It's $70 anymore. Once, twice, and it's $70. Next we have a nice gemstone ring, 14 karat gold multi-gemstone ring. It's set with marquee peridot, pink sapphire, and so on and so forth on that nice little ring right there. And what's your pleasure? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. And that little gem set ring right there at only $100, 100 a quarter. It's in 14 karat gold at $100, 100 a quarter anymore. All in, all done, $100. Next we go to, this is very rare. This is a Victorian 14 karat gold and onyx chatelaine accessory. Chatelaine accessory. And when you I can't remember what it does, but when you move this up and down, this thing opens and closes. It's almost like a posy holder. And what's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and now two and a quarter and 2.5. 2 and a quarter and 2.5, a 2 and a quarter, 2.5. It's a rare item. A 2 and a quarter and 2.5, 2.5, and 275, 75 and 300. A 275 and 3. It's perfect too. A 275 and 300. A 275 and 300, 275 and 3. A 275 and 300 if you like it. A 275 once, twice, and for $300. That rare thing right there. At 275 and 300. Any more? Who has a 275? It's you. Kayla has 275, and even for 3 on that rare piece at 275 once, twice, and for 300. 275, Kayla. Next, we have a group of rings right here. We have all kinds of sterling silver rings with tiger eye and all kinds of different stones. Yep, turquoise, tiger eye, and what's your pleasure on that lot? Maybe $100 to set it in on all those rings. $100 where? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, not even $10 a piece. 60 now 70. 70 of course now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I'm going to sell them at only $70. 80 if you like them. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. And a nice group of rings at $80. 90 if you want them. 80 once, 80 twice. You know, for $90. All in all done at $80. A nice group of rings. Any more? 80 it is. Next we have 2 gold-filled pendants, including a locket. And what's your pleasure on those? 60 I have them 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. At 60 now 70, 60, 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. This one has a couple of embracing couple, and this one's 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Oh, look at the inside of this one. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more? All in, all 90. This is Civil War era, by the way. What do we got? 80 now 90. 80 now 90 anymore? All in, all done. $80. It's $80 then. And now we have 2 sterling silver bangles with enamel and black inlay. One has black inlay and the other one's all colored enamels. What's your pleasure on these? Those are fun. What's your pleasure on these? Here we have what? $100 to set them in for the pair. 100 wear. 50 wear. Pass those away then. Nobody wants to buy those. We'll go along to something else. Here we go. 3 pieces of Siam, sterling silver and yellow jewelry. Cufflinks and a tie bar. What's your pleasure on those? We have $50 and set them in. 50 wear instead of $50. No one's those. Pass those away. Next item. Next item we have. Oh, here we go. You can wear your wealth on your neck. Sterling silver pendant with a hallmark silver motif. And it has I think it has a 1 ounce hanging silver bar. What's your pleasure on that? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Yeah, that's about a 1 ounce silver bar with all English hallmarks. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in, all done at 60. Of course, we haven't even scrapped it for silver that. 60 now 70. I have 60, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. It's $70, 80 if you like it. All English hallmarked on it. I have 70 now 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, and for $80. 70 it is. We're looking at number 1278 coming right up here. 1278 and 2 brooches. Sterling silver brooches. One is set with a very nice colored turquoise. And what's your pleasure on those vintage brooches right there? Maybe we have $100 to set them in. $50 wear. 50 wear, set them at $50 and go. And it's at $50. Nobody wants those? Pass those away. Next object. Next, we have another charm bracelet. Sterling silver charm bracelet. This is fun. Has an artist palette on it, shoes, a little cradle, telephone. What's your pleasure on that nice, big, heavy silver bracelet? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in, all done. At only $50. That nice vintage charm bracelet. Any more than $50? Any more? 50 it is. 60 in time, and now 70. I have 60, now 70. I have 60 once, 60 twice, and 70 if you want it. No money. All in all, $60. Gone, $60. Moving on. Next we have 2 sterling silver pieces of jewelry, a bracelet, and a necklace with an oval turquoise pendant. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in, all done at $50 only, 60 if you like it. A bracelet in silver and a necklace with an oval cabochon turquoise. At 50 once, twice, and for 60. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Gonna sell it. Last call. 60 once, twice, and for $70. $60. Next we have a whole box of jewelry. This came out of another house. All kinds of earrings and pendants and all kinds of stuff. There's numerous amounts of studs and a little snowflake pendant and all kinds of fun stuff in there. Pearl studs and whatever. What's your pleasure in that? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90. That's a good lot. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At only 80, 90 now 100. I 90 now 100. That's nothing but money to be made on that. I 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100. Is that open? Oh, what's in here? Another pouch. What do we have? 90 now 100. I think it's better than that. I 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Look at these. Look at those right there, the garnets. I have 90 now 100 anymore. All in, all done at $90. 100 if you like it. Once, twice, and $90. 100 and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. It should be all over the place with this group. This is a good group of stuff. I have 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and 100 and a quarter. Gonna go. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter. We shouldn't hesitate on this one. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. A lot of money's worth of stuff in here. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Look at these. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. We're gonna move on. Sold 100 a quarter. Next. That was you. Yeah. Next we have a Philip Garvril sterling silver and 18 karat gold amethyst ring, and that designer ring. What's your pleasure on that one? On the Philip Garvril designer ring with a beautiful rectangular faceted amethyst in 18 karat gold and sterling. What's your pleasure on this one? And it's at 100. No interest in that piece? Pass away then. Next object. Next we have sterling silver synthetic emerald CZ jewelry. Look at this set right here. A pair of studs and the pendant. And what's your pleasure in that lot right there? Lovely group of jewelry right there. What's your pleasure in that? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. $50 where and set it in. And no interest set? Any interest in that? Pass away. Next object. Now we have a 10 karat gold and pearl ring. It's a 7mm pearl mounted in 10 karat white gold. And what's your pleasure in that ring right there? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 and 80, 70 and 80, and that nice ring right there. And 70 and 80. It's a 7mm pearl mounted in 80 and 10 karat white gold. 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. No money for that at all. I have 80 now 90 anymore. 80 once, or twice, and for $90. Gonna go. $80. Next we have 3 pairs of vintage earrings right here. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have what? $50 and set them in. These are all gilded silver. And these have carved, looks like chalcedony figureheads in them. These are amethyst. What's your pleasure on the whole lot? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. 50 where and set it, $50 and go. Is there $50? No. Pass those. Oh, you have 50 here. Sorry, I didn't holler if I don't see you. Holler if I don't see you. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once, twice, and for $60. You got them. $50. 103. Is that, 101. $50, 101. To the floor. $12.86. Off we go. $12.86 is 2 vintage sterling silver brooches. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have $50 on these and set them in at $50 and go. 2 very nice, heavy silver brooches. 50 wear. Instead of $50, nobody wants those? Pass those away. Next object, we're not going to fool with this stuff. Hey, here we go. A 10-karat gold and cubic zirconia heart pendant, heart form pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30 and 40 and 30 and 40. I have 30 and 40. It's 10-karat gold. And at 30 and 40, now 50. I have 40, now 50, 40, now 50 anymore. And only down $40 and $50 if you like it. More than that in gold. I have 40 and 50 anymore. Any more than that. $40, 307. 307. Yep. Next we have a Middle Eastern silver bracelet with English and Ottoman coins. Look at this. With early English and Ottoman coins in silver. What's your pleasure on this nice, big, heavy bracelet with all these coins? What's your pleasure on this? 70 I have, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. All these early English and Ottoman coins. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. Any more? Last call at $70. I'm going to go. Any more? $70. And now we have 4 rings. 4 sterling silver rings with various stones. We've got malachite, carnelian, and others. What's your pleasure on those? On all the rings. Maybe we have what? $100 wear. $100 wear. $75. 75. Nobody wants those? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. I have 70 with Kaler, now $80 on all 4 rings. It's $70 and $80. Any more? $70. Next we have another charm bracelet, sterling silver charm bracelet with Masonic and novelty charms. And what's your pleasure on those? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 in that cool charm bracelet. At 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 and 60 anymore? All in all then at only $50. 60 if you'd like it. All in all at only $50. It's $50. Next we go to 3 vintage silver crosses. And on the crosses right there, one has a turquoise inlaid. I think that's Native American probably. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have, and 60. 60 and 70. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. At 70 now 80. No money for those. At 70 and 80 anymore. All in all, that's $70. Once, twice, and then that's $70 then. And a David Yurman style sterling silver and gold ring set with a cushion-shaped faceted orange stone. And what's your pleasure on that? There we have a couple $100 set it in. $100 wear. $100 wear in that beautiful ring. And he said $100. Nobody wants that ring? Pass it away. Next object. Here we go. A vintage Richelieu 18-karat gold and simulated pearl necklace. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 50. 50? 50. Yeah, 50 and now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore? All in all then, $50. Once, twice, anymore? 50 it is. And we're up to number 1294. 1294, coming right along now. 1294 is a pair of vintage sterling silver garnet and seed pearl ear clips. What's your pleasure on those? 50 have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Lovely period pieces. I have 50 and 60 and 50, 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. 70 here on the floor, now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. At 70 once, twice, and for $80. Any more? $70 to number 102. $70, 102 buys on the floor. Next we have 2 Victorian 10-karat rose gold and agate rings. Lovely vintage agate rings right there. What's your pleasure on the 2 of those? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175 at 150, 75 and 200. I 175 and 2 for the 2 of them now. I 175 and 2. Nice vintage agate rings from the turn of the century. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 and more. All in all done at 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/2 and 275. I 250 and 75. I 250 and 75 and 300. I 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice in for $300. They're going down 300 in time and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. Selling once, selling twice at 300, 3 1/4 anymore. Sold 300. Next we have, look at this. Sterling silver and synthetic ruby and CZ jewelry suite. We have a pair of pendant earrings and a pendant. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $50 and set it in, starting low. $50 wear, nice quality jewelry. 50, have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At only $50 and 60 going to sell anymore. Selling once, twice, it's $50 only. $50, 101. On the floor, $50, 101. Next we have two pendants, a 14 karat gold diamond A and enamel 18 karat little, that looks like a ladybug. It says scarab, but it could be a scarab or ladybug. What's your pleasure knows? 125 and now 150. And 125, 150. Boy, if you have name starts with an A, that's all set in diamonds. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, free floating diamond A. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/2 and 175. That little it's a ladybug, not a scarab. I 1 1/2 now 175. I 1 1/2 now 175 anymore? All done. 150 once, twice, any more than 150. Yeah, it's 150 then. Next we have a 10 karat gold synthetic ruby and diamond ring. What's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. At 80 now 90 and 80 now 90. It's a heart-shaped stone in the center flanked by diamonds in gold. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90 anymore? All in, all done at $80. 90 if you want it. A nice little ring. Size 7 3/4 at only $80 and 90 if you want it. Anymore? 80 it is. And next we have $12.99. $12.99 sterling silver, mother pearl, and the yellow inlaid bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. Lovely bracelet. At 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 once, twice, and for $80. At only $70. 80 if you like it. 70 it is. And now we have a Turk's head. 14 karat gold wirework stud earrings and 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on those? On the earrings. What's your pleasure on those? Couple $100 wear. 200 wear. That's lot 1,300. 1,300. 2.1 pennyweights of 14 karat gold. They scrap for over $200 alone. Anyone for 200? Pass those way. Next object. Next we have 4 vintage sterling silver brooches. What's your pleasure on these? May have $100 and set it in. $100 wear. 50 having 60 now. 60 now 70. Of 60 now 70. 60 now 70. At 60 with Jen and now 70. On the absolute bid of 60 and $70. At 60 once, twice in for $70. We all in all $60, $70. 60 it is. Jen. 316. It says 16 on here. Next we have 3 strands of freshwater pearls. One has a 14 karat gold class. You may have $100 and set it in. 100 wear. 50 have them 60 now. 60 with Jen and 70. 70, 80, 80, now 90. 90 now 100. No. I have 90 with Kayla. Now 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Nice group of pearls. 100 now quarter. Any more? Last call at $100 only. 100 a quarter if you want them. Those dark ones are lovely. 1 1/4. These have a pink cast. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. At 150 now 175. At only 150, 175. At 150 once, twice, same with 175. Any more? 150 it is. Next we have a vintage 10 karat gold garnet and diamond ring. On that garnet and diamond ring, it's size 7. And what's your pleasure on that one? 70 I have an 80. 80 I have a now 90. I have 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. No money for that. I have 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. Should have opened at 100. I have 90 now 100. Going to sell it at only $90 for that lovely ring. 100 I have and now quarter. I have $100 and 100 quarter now. I have $100, 100 quarter. I have $100, 100 quarter. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, reasonable. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 and a half. At 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and went for 150. All in, 1 1/4. Sold 1 1/4. Next we have, look at these, 2 vintage brooches. 14 karat gold agate and amethyst and silver brooches. What's your pleasure in those? 150 and 175. 150, 175. The agate one is mounted in 14 karat gold, and the antique amethyst one is in silver, I believe. And I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 and 175 anymore. At only 150 on those two brooches, reasonable for that. At 150, 175. Sold 150. Live auctioneers buys. Next we go to, oh, look at this. This is Elgin American Gold Tone Compact and Lipstick Case, 1953, in the original box, never used. And on that right there, 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 100 now 10, a quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore, at 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2, 1 1/4. Online bidder. I wonder if that EA stands for Elizabeth Arden on the top. It's the brand? Oh, okay. 1 1/4. Was that online? Online, yeah, got it. Next we have a sterling silver and 14 karat gold and opal ring. Look at this beautiful ring right here. Boy, that looks, boy, if that's not David Yurman, I'd be shocked. Anyway, on that right there, 200 now, 2 1/4. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 275 and 300 at 275 and now 3 at 275 and that beautiful ring right there at 275 with Jen and 300 at 275 once, twice is on the absentee now at 275 and 300 anymore. Jen 275 then 304. Next we look at these cool earrings here. A pair of sterling silver and pink tourmaline earrings, which are pleasure on these modern design earrings. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. As 70 now 80 with a cabochon pink tourmalines, 80 on the floor, and now 90. I have 80 now 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90, 100 on the floor, and now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4 on the floor, 100 selling. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4, $100, 101. Is that correct? $100, 101 buys to the floor. Next we have a cool necklace, sterling silver and lapis disc bead brace necklace. Look at this beautiful necklace right here. And maybe I have a couple $100 set it in. 70 I have, and 80, 80, 90. I have 100, now quarter, 100 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, now 175 with Kayla now. And everyone else is out at 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. And 175 and selling once, twice, and for 200. Kayla, 175. Boy, the online people are getting some great buys today. And now we have 3 sterling silver rings, including an adjustable example, which are pleasure on the rings. Maybe we have $50 wear in the 3 sterling silver rings. 50 wear instead of the $50 and go. Instead $50 on all those sterling silver. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, awful blurry. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, then $50 once, twice, and for $60, sold $50. And now we're approaching 1310 is next. 1310 is next, and we have 3 pairs of sterling, silver, amber, and carnelian earrings. And what's your pleasure on all those nice earrings right there? What's your pleasure on all those nice earrings right there? There we have what? $100 wear. $50 wear instead of 50 and 60 now. On the 3 pairs at only $50 and 60 now. At 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for these. 60 now 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 now 70. Nice quality. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80 at only $70 80 if you'd like them. I have 70 once, twice, and for 80 I have now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. All in, all done at $80. 90 I have now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At $90 100 if you want them. At 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 on all those earrings. 90 anymore? $90 it is. Next we have, oh, this is a really neat thing right here. I like this. This is an unusual and a very unusual pendant brooch. It has a carved tiger in the center, and in goldstone, which only comes from Afghanistan, and the sun in heavy with oval garnets. Never seen anything like it. It's a pendant and a brooch. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. The little tiger in the center is carved in goldstone. 70, now 80. 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. I've only said 80, now 90. I've 80, now 90, 80, now 90. I've 80, now 90, 80, now 90, and 90, now 100. 90, now 100. You're never going to find another one like this. It's a one-of-a-kind thing. I've 90, now 100, 90, now 100. Any more? All in, all in. $90, 100 if you'd like it. Well, that's a splendid piece of jewelry. And 90, now 100. Any more than $90, that beautiful piece of jewelry. One of a kind. Any more? 90 it is. Here we go. Next we have 3 more rings, 3 sterling silver rings, including one with hematite stones. What's your pleasure in those? Maybe have $50 and set them in. 50 wearing all those rings, starting things low. Anyone to $50. Nobody wants those? Pass it away. Next object. Now we have 3 silver necklaces, bracelets, and jewelry lot right there. And what's your pleasure on all those? Right there. What's your pleasure on those? Strand of cultured pearls with silver clasp, hard stone bead necklace, like adventurine, a bracelet, polished abalone shell panels. What's your pleasure on the whole lot? 50 wear. 50 wear. And he said $50. That nice lot of jewelry right there. No money. Nobody wants it? Pass away. Next object. We want to put out stuff you want to buy. 3 sterling silver and cubic zirconia earrings and pendant set. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. Another beautiful sparkling looking set. 50 wear. And he said $50. Nobody wants that? Pass that away. Next object. Next we have a 10-karat gold, blue spinel, and diamond accent ring. And on that right there, maybe a couple $100 set in. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 half, 175, 200. No. I have 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? Anymore. 175 sold. Next we have 5 pair of modern sterling silver earrings. Those are fun. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. $10 a pair. Think about it. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. 60 now 70 more. Gonna sell them. 60 once, 60 twice. And for 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. Quickly. I have 80 once, 80 twice. And for $90. All in, all done. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. I have $90 once, $90 twice, and for 100. All in, all done for 5 pairs of earrings. $90. Next we have 3 pairs of vintage sterling silver earrings again. And on those right there. What's your pleasure? $50 wear on all those earrings right there. 50 wear. A nice lot of earrings. $50 wear. And it's at 50. Nobody wants those. Passes away. Next item. We have 2 sterling silver hinged bangle bracelets. What's your pleasure on these? 40 you have and 50 now. 50 and 60. 60, 70, 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. At 80 once, 80 twice. A nice pair of hinged bangle bracelets at $80 only. 90 if you'd like them. Any more than $80. Once, twice, and $80. And now we have 3 sterling silver brooches. 2 are artist signed. And what's your pleasure on those? How much? I can't hear. 20. I have 20, now 30. I have 20, now 30, and 20, now 30. At 20, now 30, 20, now 30. Any more? All in, all done. At $20, 30 if you'd like them for all 3. 30, now 40. I have 30, now 40, 30, now 40. At $30 only. These are designer brooches, and they have stones in the center. This one has an amethyst. These are all handmade. Handmade arts and crafts form. That one has an amethyst in the middle. This one has an amethyst in the middle. I think these are one-of-a-kind arts and craft design. 40, now 50. I have 40, now 50. No money. I have 40, 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60. Not even $20 a piece. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in, all done at $50. Once, twice, any more? Gone. $50. We got to move on. Next item. Now we have 10 sterling silver rings with various stones in them. What's your pleasure on these? 90 I have, and 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 a quarter, 1 half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? And 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, that whole lot. Any more? Sold. 1 a quarter. Next we have a green adventuring pendulum form pendant with a gold mount. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50s on the floor and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? Sold. $50, 101. $50, 101 buys on the floor. Next we have a pair of 14 karat gold and pearl hoop earrings. These are lovely. And on the pearl hoop earrings right there, with your pleasure. I have 100 now. I have 100 on the floor now, quarter. I have 100 now, one a quarter, one and a half, and one a quarter with Emily, one and a half, and one a quarter, one half, and one a quarter, one half anymore, and one and a half, and 175 and 200, and 175 and two. They're lovely. I 175 and two, 175 and two anymore, and 175 once, twice, and for 200, 200. I have in two and a quarter. I have 200 now, two and a quarter, two and two and a quarter, 200 once, 200 twice, and for two and a quarter. All in, all done. 200. We are 200. Next, we have a 10 karat gold ring with carved rock crystal and a diamond center. Lovely piece right there, and size 6 3/4. Thank you, ladies. And what's your price on these? 150. I have now 175. And a nice vintage ring. I have 150, 175, and 150, 175, and 150, 175 anymore, and 150 once, twice, and for 175. And that nice ring right there at only 150, 175. Gonna go anymore. Sold 150. Next, we have a sterling silver Mother's Day pendant and gilded. It's gilded gold, gold gilded, and sterling silver on a chain. And what's your pleasure on that one? Here we have $50. $50 wear instead in a nice Mother's Day gift, and $50 wear. And instead $50. Nobody wants that? No, nobody has mothers. Pass it away. Next, we have a pair of vintage 14 karat gold and sterling ear clips on those right there. These designer earrings in sterling silver and 14 karat gold. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50. I'm going to go 50 once, 50 twice. And I think they're better than that. Any more? 50 it is. And going on to 1326. 1326. And 1326 is 4 sterling silver bangles. We got some great silver bangles here today. What's your pleasure on those? 30 I have and 40, 40 and 50. I have 40 and 50, 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 for 4 sterling silver bangles. What happened to all our bangle people? I have only $50 and 60 if you'd like them. 50 once, twice, and for $60 for 4 period sterling silver bangles. Any more? 50 it is. Next we have a vintage sterling silver and garnet cluster pendant necklace. And what's your pleasure on that? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Any more? All in all, that's $70. Once, twice, and for $80. Any more? 70 it is. Next we have 6 pairs of sterling silver modernist spiral dangle earrings. And what's your pleasure on all 6 pairs of sterling earrings? 80 I have and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 and 90 anymore? All in all done at 80, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter for the lot. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter, 1 half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter once, twice, and 150 with Kayla all the way, 1 and a quarter. Kayla, 1 and a quarter. Next we have a studio coastal style seashell pearl and starfish necklace. Look at this great thing right here. One of a kind handmade piece right there. And what's your pleasure in this lot right there? Then we have what? $50 wear. 40 I have and now 50. I have 40 now 50 and 40 now 50 and 40 now 50. At 40 now 50 anymore. And that great seashore necklace just in time for summer to wear to an evening cocktail party. 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50. That nice handmade one-of-a-kind necklace. I have 50 once, 50 twice, 60 if you like it. $50, killer. Next we have a silver and gold ring with jade cabochon. The cabochon jade, Celadon jade, is set in gold and a silver ring. And what's your pleasure in that? How much? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Any more? All in all, then it's $60. Any more? Sold $60. This is a cool ring right here. Sterling silver multi-gem ring. It has amethyst and citrines and all kinds of great stones in it. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have only $50 and 60 in that great stone, multi-stone ring. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60. Nice quality. All kinds of great colored stones. I have 60 now, 70 anymore. At 61, 60 twice, going for $70. Gonna go. $60. Next, we have a pair of sterling silver turquoise inlaid dangle earrings. What's your pleasure on these? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. At 70 once, 70 twice, going for $80. All in all, that's $70. It's $70. Next, we have 6 sterling silver bangle bracelets. What's your pleasure on all 6 bracelets right there? 20 I have and 30 now. I have 20 and 30, now 40. I have 30 now, 40, now 30, now 40. On 6 sterling silver bangle bracelets, they should bring in that a piece. 40 now, 50. I have 40 now, 50, 40 now, 50. On all those bracelets, I have 40 now, 50. Less than silver melt price. I have 40 now, 50, and 40 now, 50 anymore. All in all, on it, $40. Once, twice, and it's $40. We're on 1334. 1334 is a 14 karat gold sterling ring with an onyx center stone. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50 and 60 if you'd like it. I have only $50 and 60 if you'd like it. Sterling silver, 14 karat gold with an onyx round center. And I have 50 and 60 anymore. $50. Next, we have a pair of French sterling silver labradorite and quartz earrings. Those are neat. What's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 150 I have now 175. I 150 now 175. I 150 now 175. 150, 175. It's with on the phone with Darren at 150, 175 anymore. Sold phone. 315 buys. 150. Next, we have 2 sterling silver cuff bracelets, one with agate and one with a green turquoise stone. What's your pleasure on those? Those are lovely. How much? 60 and now 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70, of course, now 80. I have 70 now, 80. This one with the agate stone is great. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. I have $70 now, 80, and $70 now, 80 if you like them. As 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. As 70 once, 70 twice, and 80 if you like them. Any more than $70. What a buy. $70. Next, we have a Indian style sterling silver ring with green stones. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. And $50 where? It's a mogul style ring. And boy, if those are emeralds, we're all dead. This looks like it's set in gold. Anyway, for $50, that one. That's the way. Next object. Next, we have 6 modern design sterling silver earrings. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. Is the phone out? I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90 anymore? All in, all done at $80, $90 if you want them. I have 80 online looking for 90. 80 online looking for 90. No luck? 80 once. I'm 80 looking for 90. 90 and now 100. I have 90 on the phone, now 100. I have 90 on the phone, now 100 for 6 pairs of modern design. 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 quarter, and 1 1/2 now. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. On the phone, 1 1/4 and selling once, selling twice, and sold 1 1/4. 308, 1 1/4. Thank you all. Next we have 6 modern sterling silver rings right here. All kinds of sterling silver rings. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on these? 40 you have and 50 and 60, 60 and 70. 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. You've got 70? 70 now, 80. 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. Absentee bid is 70 now and now 80. Any more? Sold. Your player, $70. 316 buys. Next, we have 16 pairs of assorted earrings. All kinds of great earrings right there. What's your pleasure on those? 40, I have it now 50. I have 40 and 50 and 40 and 50. I have 40 and 50 and 40 and 50. Any more? 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Those are peridot. I have 50 and 60. These look like a citrine. And I have 50 and 60. These are cute with the hoops with a little owl in the center. What do we have? 50 and 60. I have 50 once, 50 twice, and for $60 for 16 pairs of earrings. That's like what, $4 a piece? $50. There we go. Next item. Next we have 2-piece set of Stuart & I sterling dogwood jewelry, pair of earrings and the brooch. What's your pleasure on that? 20 I have, and now 30. I have 20 and 30 and 20 and 30. I have 20 and 30, 20, 30. Any more? All in all, then at $20, I had handmade Stuart & I designer jewelry, dogwood pattern, at 20, now 30. Any more? $20. Down it goes. And now we have 2 pairs of Art Deco style 14-karat gold and MOP disc earrings. What's your pleasure on those? 20 I have, and 30 now. 30 now 40. 40, 50, 50 and 60, 60, 70, no. I have 60 with Kaler, now 70, 60, 70, 60 and 70. Any more? Kaler, 60. Next we have a pair of Louis Booth vintage sterling silver and onyx earrings. What's your pleasure on those? On those designer earrings in sterling silver and onyx studs. What's your pleasure on those? Any interest in those at all? No bid? Off we go. Next we have, oh, look at these great necklaces. Some great sterling silver necklaces from Tasco. This says Sigi Pineda Mexican Tasco sterling silver suite earrings and choker. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275, and that great necklace and earrings at 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275, the signed artist design sterling silver necklace and earrings at 250 and selling once, twice. Any more? Great buy on that. Next we have Marciela Isidro Garcia Mexican signed Tasco sterling silver cuff bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, 100 and a quarter. I have 100, 100 and a quarter. That beautiful bracelet by that artist. 100 now, 100 and a quarter, 100, 100 and a quarter. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 and a quarter. Bargain time. Any more? $100. Next we have another great suite right here. Look at this one here. 2-piece Tasco silver modernist design bracelet and cuff and necklace. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275. Beautiful design. I have 250 and 275. 275 is on the phone, and 300 now. I have 275 and now 3. Great. 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. That beautifully designed bracelet and necklace in sterling silver. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter from Tasco. Any more? Sold. 300. And cool, too. This is by Quintin V. Mexico Tasco sterling silver and multi-inlaid stone rings. Almost like a great deco design. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. They're inlaid with tiger eye, lapis, onyx, 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half for the 2. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At only 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half for the 2 of those nice rings, 1 and a half, and 175. At 150, 175. At only 150, 175 anymore. At 150 once, 150 twice, $75 a piece for those great rings. At 150 now, 175. All in, all done. At 150, we are 150. Kaler. Next, oh, this is a great brooch right here. A Mexican silver, probably done in the 20s, and pink rhodochrosite brooch. And what's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I 100, 1 and a quarter, a rare brooch. I 100 now, 1 and a quarter, 100, 1 and a quarter from the 20s or 30s. Tasco jewelry at only $100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. 100 it is. Next we have 4 pairs of Mexican sterling silver earrings, and on the earrings, what's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have $100 on all 4, $25 a pair. No money. Anyone for 100? Anyone for 100? Any in those? No interest in those at all? Passes away then. Next we go to... We are on lot 1350. A lovely Mexican Tasco sterling silver and blue enamel necklace. This is all vintage jewelry, all vintage silver jewelry from the same house. And what's your pleasure on this? 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have only 200 and 2 and a quarter. Beautiful necklace. Selling once, selling twice at only 200. 2 and a quarter if you like it. With Emily at 200 on Live Auctioneers. It's sold. Emily 200, Live Auctioneer. Oh, look at this one. Beautiful Mexican Tasco modernist design torque necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have it now, 175. I 150 now, 175, 75 and 200. I 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, 175 and 2. And 175 and 2, 200 I have on the phone, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the phone and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the phone, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200, 2 and a quarter online, 2 and a half now. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. With Emily at 2 and a quarter on Live Auctioneers and 250 if you want it. 250 I have with Darren on the phone now, 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. At 250 once, 250, 275, and now 300. It's online at 275 looking for 3. At 275 looking for 3 anymore. 275 with Emily all the way. Sold, Emily, 275. Emily, Live Auctioneers buys. All this great jewelry came out of one place. Look at these. A pair of Mexican silver Tasco turquoise inlaid butterfly pins. And what's your pleasure on these? 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now, 100 and a quarter, 100, 100 and a quarter. This is all nice 20s, 30s, 40s vintage jewelry from the same house. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. One has got a CA maker's mark on it. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Sold $100. Next we have some stone inlaid sterling jewelry. And on that right there, with the carved Mayan faces on the bracelet and on the earrings. And what's your pleasure in that whole group right there? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. A 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, a 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. A great group of vintage jewelry from the 40s. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, a 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? Any more? Sold 1 and a quarter then. Moving right along. We are now at 1354. Oh, here's a great necklace right here. Mexican Tasco and Link necklace right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. At 275 and 275 and 300 I have 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. All in all done with Emily at 300 on Live Auctioneers at 300, 3 and a quarter. Beautiful silver jewelry. Any more? $300, Emily. Another one. Look at this one here. This is the same family again. Tasco sterling silver modernist torque necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one? Great design. How much? 150 I have it now, 175. I 150, 175. This one should be bringing the most of all. I 150 now, 175. 175, of course, in 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have only 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter where? I have 200, 2 and a quarter. I'm going to sell it at only 200 and 2 and a quarter. One of the better ones. Heavy, heavy silver. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? It's 200 then, Emily. You're getting all the good necklaces. Next we have 3 pairs of Mexican sterling silver earrings. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have $50 and set them in. $50 on all the nice heavy sterling silver earrings. Look at these. Maybe we have $50 and set them in. No one said $50? Pass this away. Next object. Next we have, oh, here's another good necklace right here. These are all from the same family. Tasco sterling silver hinge torque necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? A couple $100 where? 150 I have and 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter if you'd like it. I have 200, 2 and a quarters on the phone with Darren now, 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter with Darren, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarters on the phone with Darren and selling. 2 and a quarter once, twice in for 2 and a half. Sold 2 and a quarter. 310 buys. All right, next we go to, oh, here's a great one. Look at this one here. Handmade sterling silver and picture jasper necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have, 175 and now 2, and 175 and now 2. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. That's a great one. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. What a fabulous necklace. I have 250 and 275. It's called Picture Jasper because it looks like a scene from the Wild West. At 250 and 275. with Emily at only $250 and $275. Any more? $250 once, twice, and $275. It's Emily $250. Then we have 4 Mexican sterling silver pieces of jewelry, brooches and bracelets, brooches and bracelets, and a belt buckle. Looks like a belt buckle here. And we have this cool bracelet right here. And what's your pleasure on these? $100 wear and all that nice silver jewelry. 100 wear, set a bid $100 and go. You said $100 in that lot? Nobody wants that? Once, twice, then pass it away. Next object. We have more Mexican ALC sterling silver carved onyx bracelets. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on the 2 of those? A couple $100 wear. 200 wear, 150. 150. No one knows? No one knows? Passes away too. Next object. Next we have another good necklace. Damaso Gallegos Mexican modernist sterling silver necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 at 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175 anymore. At 150, 175. Going to sell it. 150 once, twice anymore. Sold 150. Next we have, oh, look at this one. This is a killer necklace. Mexican Tasco modernist sterling silver necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. That's a fabulous necklace. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At only 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and selling. 2 1/4 once, twice, and with 250. It's 2 1/4. Next we have X's and O's. X's and O's. A 2-piece suite of Tasco sterling silver jewelry. X's and O's. What's your pleasure? Earrings and necklace. What's your pleasure on those? 150 I have and 175. At 150, 175 and 200. At 170, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 75. I have 2 1/2 and 275 with Emily all the way on Live Auctioneers at 2 1/2 and 275. 2 1/2 once, twice, and for 275. All in, all 275 in time and 300. At 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4 with Emily all the way at 300 3 1/4. Any more? 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. We good? 300 Emily. Next we have a 3 Mexican abalone shell inlay sterling silver suite earrings and a brooch. And what's your pleasure on that? 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. We keeping you up? I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 and now 70. Now 70, 80 and now 90. 90, 100. No. I have 90 with Kayla and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? At only $90. $90. Online bidder. Next we have 5 pairs of Mexican sterling silver and onyx earrings. What's your pleasure on that whole group? Maybe we have what? $100 wear. $100 wear. That nice group of sterling silver and onyx jewelry. Anyone for $100? $50. Anyone for $50? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. It's on the floor at $50 and selling. 50 once, twice, and for $60. It's $50 to 102. $50, 102 buys. All right, wrapping it up here. Now, 1366 is more Maciela Isidoro Garcia Mexican Tasco silver jewelry and a couple $100 wear. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 on that signed jewelry, bracelet, necklace, and earrings at only $200 anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Kayla, you got it for 200. Next we have, this is a great bracelet right here. This one is, it opens up so you can get it around your wrist. Nice sterling silver bracelet right here. Vintage Tasco bracelet. Everything's been all cleaned and shined up for you. And on that right there, maker's name is AC. And what's your 100 wear? 100 wear and 100 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Any more? Sold. Absentee bidder, 1 1/4. 316. Next I have another nice vintage Tasco sterling silver necklace in a leaf design. What's your pleasure on that one? 150 and 175. At 150 and 175. Beautiful sterling silver. At 150, 175, 175 and 200. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. This stuff is a fortune in the stores at 2 and a half and 275, at 250 and 275, at 250 and 75 and 300, at 275 looking for 300 and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter anymore with 3 and a quarter with Kaler all the way at 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter and looking for 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 350. All in, all done with Kaler all the way. Sold 3 and a quarter. Next we have lot 1369 is 3 Mexican sterling silver jewelry pieces, including a piece by Antonio Reina, which a pleasure knows. Pendant and earrings matching with a carved deer, which a pleasure on this. $100 wear. 100 wear said bid 100. And he said 100. 75. No bid. Pass that away. Next object. Next we have 2 pieces Mexican Tasco silver sterling jewelry, almost like X's and O's, a necklace and a bracelet. Look at that lovely set. Which a pleasure knows. Which a pleasure. That nice suite right there. Bracelet and necklace. Any bid. And he said knows. Notice that suite? Boy, that's a nice suite. Pass that away. Next we have 3 Mexican sterling dragonfly pins on the little dragonflies right there, which a pleasure knows. Maybe we have $100 and set them in. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have $100 and now 100 a quarter on the 3 sterling silver dragonfly brooches at only $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? $100, killer. Next we have 4 pairs of Mexican sterling silver jewelry with stone inlay. There's a pair of birds with looks like turquoise stones, onyx, and so on and so forth, which a pleasure knows. 50 have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for those. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nice group of earrings at $50. Anyone for $60? 50 it is. Next we have another, and the last of the torque necklaces, a real good one. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 have, now 175. I 150, 175, and 150 and 75, 150 and 75, and only 150 and 175. Reasonable for that one. Anyone for 175? Maker is MSR. And anyone for 175. All in all done at only 150, 175, with Emily at 150. And now we have Mex Tasco Sterling Modernist Link Necklace. And what's your pleasure on this lovely necklace right here? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. All in, all done at 200 and 2 and a quarter if you'd like it. With Emily all the way at $200 only. Emily, 200. Oh, look at these great earrings. Pair of Mexican Tasco Sterling Silver Adventuring dangle earrings with feathers. And what's your pleasure on those? 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80 now 90. Great earrings. At 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At only $80. 90 if you want them. 80 once, 80 twice, in for $90. Any more? 80. Kayla. Next we have a great bracelet, a vintage Mexican Tasco Sterling Silver and art glass link bracelet. This is probably from the 1920s. What's your pleasure on this one? We have $100 and set it in. $100 wear. That's a nice bracelet. Anyone for $100, that beautiful bracelet. Sterling silver and art glass from the 1920s or 30s. No interest in that? Pass away. Next object. Next we have a heavy sterling silver Tasco Sterling link bracelet. And what's your pleasure on this? 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. Necklace, I mean. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. At 300 once, 300 twice, in for 3 and a quarter. Sold 300. Next we have a Mexican Tasco Sterling Silver Amethyst Turquoise and Coral Jewelry Suite. And on that suite right there, which a pleasure. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Beautiful jewelry. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. There's all vintage jewelry from the same family. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Sold 1 and a quarter. Next we have Mexican Sterling Silver Jasper Pendant Torque Necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one? 125 I have, and now 150. At 1 and a quarter, now 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. It has a jasper stone in the center. At only 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Selling at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. Kayla, 1 and a quarter. Next we have a Mexican sterling silver Aztec calendar pendant in silver. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much? 50. I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 once, twice, in for $60. At 50 and selling. Any more? $50. Next we have a Mexican modernist silver and onyx necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this nice necklace right here in sterling silver, Mexican silver? This is all vintage stuff. And he went for $100. Nobody wants that? Pass it away. And off we go. Next we have a Mexican sterling silver and glass photo locket. A photo locket. Very unusual. And what's your pleasure on that? 40 I have and 50 now. I have 40 and 50 and 40 and 50. I have $40 and $50. It opens up so you can put a picture inside. 50 on the phone. 50 on the phone and 60 now. Very unusual. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. 60 quick. 70 anyone? 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 80 once, twice, in for $90. $80 Kaler. Next we have, oh, this is a fun pendant right here. Mexican sterling silver pendant of a fish. And on that fish right there, what's your pleasure? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 with Emily and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Sold 2 1/4. They're getting all the big good silver. 2 Mexican silver brooches. And on this right there, one is an orchid and a bird. And what's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have $50 where instead of $50 where? 50 where instead of $50 and go. Instead $50. Pass away. Next object. Mexican silver hollow bead necklace and choker-form bead necklace right there. What's your pleasure on that one? What? 60. What's all that noise? 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. 60 it is. Next we have 2 Mexican silver sterling silver bookmarks. And what's your pleasure on those? 20 you have and 30 now. 30 and 40. 40 and 50. 40 and 50. I have 40 with Kaler, and now 50, 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? All in all, at 50 and 60, 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more? At 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. $80 it is. Online bidder. And the last piece of the day is a vintage sterling silver Mexican figural link necklace. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 40 I have and now 50. I have 40 now 50, 40 now 50. I have 40 now 50 and 40 now 50. Any more? All in all done at $40 only. 50 if you'd like it. That's the last piece of the day. Thank you very much. $40. Online bidder. Thank you all.